Meet the future of fairway mowing. The Realmaster 5010H from Toro. This is the industry's first and only fairway mower with a true hybrid drive system, providing an average fuel savings of 20%, with plenty of power to perform in the toughest turf conditions. Toro's hybrid design also ensures that the reel speed stays consistent, so you'll get a superior cut along with reduced service time and maintenance expense. And the Realmaster 5010H delivers all the quality, performance, and reliability that you expect from a Toro. Hybrid innovation starts with Toro's exclusive Power Match technology. Power Match monitors operating conditions in real time, then uses the mower's diesel engine in combination with a 48-volt battery pack to distribute the precise amount of power required for any given set of conditions. You'll get all the power you need, 40+ horses, but only when you need it. That means the power to perform with no waste. The Realmaster 5010H is a winner when it comes to reliability too. It's built on Toro's proven 5010 platform and uses our industry-leading DPA cutting units, groomers, and other accessories. The electrically powered cutting units deliver a consistent cut with a more efficient design and no hydraulic fluid to contend with. That makes them easier to service and maintain, a real savings to your bottom line. So if you're ready for a future where fuel efficiency, sustainability, and great performance rule, check out the first fairway mower with a true hybrid drive system. The Realmaster 5010H, only from Toro. Count on it.
Hunter Industries has one of those great American foundation stories. Founded by a father and son in 1981. In the 1990s, Hunter developed a line of sprinklers for the golf industry. The G500 and G550 were designed to maximize efficiency in both water application and power consumption. In 2001, we changed the game again with Total Top Service Rotors, or TTS, the first ever golf rotors with patented total top servicing of every serviceable component. This no-dig solution was a true golf industry innovation, appreciated by golfers, management, and especially the superintendent. Later, Hunter introduced rotors with decoder in head, or DIH, capabilities. Their exclusive flange compartment provides the first ever capability to house decoders within a golf rotor. In 2010, Hunter's DIH rotors introduced the exclusive Total Top Programming, or TTP feature, allowing inductive wireless programming of the decoder without disassembly of the installed DIH rotor. Hunter Industries, built on innovation.
when gigantic infrastructure transforms the spirit of sports. History gets created. The structure is equivalent to 32 Olympic-size soccer fields. There are 11 pitches made of red and black soil, and it is the only stadium in the world to offer same soil surfaces for both the main and practice pitches.
Class performance. With all-day-long comfort, the Toro Workman GTX is simply superior. The Workman GTX was designed based on input from thousands of turf and maintenance professionals. Available in gas or electric with a variety of seating and bed options, its versatility is unmatched. Set it up with a flatbed or a virtually indestructible double-walled cargo box and say goodbye to dents, scratches, and cracks. The Workman GTX is the ultimate utility vehicle for demanding terrain, rough roads, or challenging work sites. When it comes to accessories, we've got a place for everything. The racking system lets you secure your gear exactly how you want. Front and rear attachments are easy to install and mount above the suspension, reducing noise and excess wear in your equipment. And it's all customizable. Save room and reduce bed clutter. Better storage means less back and forth on the job. You've got everything you need to stay productive. It's easy to attach a mount for your phone or tablet. And there's a standard USB port to keep them charged. The GTX is the first vehicle in its class to offer both key and pedal start, standard. Rack and pinion steering gives the GTX car-like comfort and control. Coil-over shock suspension on all four wheels delivers the ultimate in crew comfort. But just because we made the Workman comfortable doesn't mean it lacks power. It can tow 1,000 pounds and has a total vehicle capacity of 1,200 pounds. And when faced with uneven terrain, our split frame and gimbal joint allow the workman to articulate, keeping all 4 wheels safely on the ground and the operator in the seat. It also features class-exclusive 4-wheel hydraulic disc brakes, providing better stopping power with less effort and minimal maintenance. More comfort, more power, more versatile, more control. The Workman GTX is simply superior. Only from Toro. Count on it.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the third day of the Southeast Asia Golf Show 2021. Thank you for logging in. We have a power-packed session for you today. Just to give you a quick run-through on the schedule for today, we have a panel discussion on irrigation system and water management to start off. Then we have a presentation by Toro for top golf turf maintenance solutions. Then a panel discussion on renovation of golf courses, followed by a panel discussion on development of golf at the grassroots level, followed by an overview of indigenous golf products. And the final discussion of the day would be on turf grasses for golf. So without further ado, we'll start with our first panel for the day, which is on irrigation and water management. The participants for this panel are Mr. Vilas Gaikwad, who is the CEO and MD of Eco Aqua, Mr. Yogesh Sharma, who is Head of Irrigation Projects, Surge Systems India Private Limited. And on special request, we have 2 panelists from yesterday back on this panel, Mr. Bhupinder Singh and Colonel Ravi Rana. The moderator is our President, Wing Commander Arun sir. So over to you, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Welcome to this web discussion on irrigation and water management solutions. One of the main criticisms against golf courses in India is the amount of water these golf courses use. And installation of a good, efficient irrigation system coupled with drainage usually is a necessity for survival of golf courses in India, because most of the places are rainwater deficient. And in fact, areas where you have rainwater surplus, the drainage by surrounding hills is so much that it does not help the local golf courses as much. So we, as the panelists were already introduced, so let me come to Vilas Gaikwad, who is a veteran on irrigation systems. And let me ask him that how does great irrigation systems help our Indian golf, considering the fact that many golf courses are financially not so viable and cost becomes an important consideration for them. Vilas, can you say something on that, please?
Basically, if we see how irrigation, golf course industry irrigation have been went on, like it started with hand watering, then agricultural portable sprinkler, then manual gear driven sprinklers, then automatic irrigation system. In all this process, now what we need to think is we have to save the water, which is very, very important. Otherwise, golf courses will start having the problem. And saving the water, if you want to do it, then only you have to go for automated irrigation system, state-of-the-art technology, golf rotors and all that. But again, there are limitations in the cost also. So however, so there are some venues available in order to save the water, which you have to take into account. For example, nowadays everything is data-driven. Today, even our irrigation management has to be data-driven, and we have to look into that direction. How it can be data-driven and how we can save water and money. Because more the water we pump in, use it for irrigation, more is the cost for water, more is the cost for electricity, and your cost goes up. So in order to save this, today in India, fortunately now weather stations and all that, they are being manufactured in India, which cost hardly 70,000 rupees. Apps are getting ready or already they are on the market, wherein these weather stations with soil moisture sensors, which are installed in the golf courses. So these weather stations, they calculate the exact ET, evapotranspiration, water requirement of the soil. So you know exact amount of water, how much is to be given based on that day's climatic condition. And second thing is when to irrigate. That also answer is given by, again, it is a data driven, which is given by the soil moisture sensors, which are installed in the soil. So our irrigation management has to be data driven, and to make it data driven, we need these solutions. So unfortunately, these solutions are also available.
Thank you, Vilas. Let me come to Bhupendra. Bhupendra, you have been a user, and from a user's perspective, what would you expect from irrigation systems, and what would you expect the water management to be like?
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
As being a superintendent, I work with several kind of irrigation systems, and as a superintendent, because water is a concern everywhere, and definitely like every crop system, golf courses also require water to grow grass. So obviously that is there, but as a technology, as Mr. Gaikwad has been saying, that it has been helping a lot, and day by day newer innovations, newer apps, newer technologies coming up. So that is actually helping a lot. But with most irrigation system, when they come up, they used to come up with a huge cost. The cost was one big barrier even for small pop-ups or something like that. But nowadays, with slowly, steadily, things are becoming more approachable. So I think it is the technology in terms of data analysis and all this. This is helping a lot in identifying areas where we could minimize losses of water, make more efficient use of water. So that is how all this is helping us day by day.
Yeah. Now let me come to another solution provider, Yogesh Sharma. You represent Toro Irrigation.
Yes,
and
sir.
Toro Irrigation is something which we import from abroad. Vilas did mention something about certain systems being available in India. So apart from reducing the costs, I guess with the new focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat, it should be our endeavor to go to localize a little bit.
You're rightly saying, sir, but I'm not sure anything is available in India. Like even the most of the sprinklers, all the manufacturers are in US. There are hardly any manufacturers in India. Way back in, I think, 99, 2000, we spoke with pipe manufacturers. We were importing pipes at that time. At Royal Springs or Karma Lakelands or older JP courses, all are using imported pipes. Even Delhi Golf Club, the pipes were imported. So we talked to various pipe manufacturing companies that why don't you manufacture pipes of the same standard in India? All of them refused, because they said that their offtake is not that much as of US, because US is catering to the whole of the world market. Here in India, they are just limited to Indian market or maybe regional players. That is the reason things are coming from abroad, and that is the main reason.
Okay, got that. So essentially what you're saying is because the demand in India is so less,
yes, very less,
that you're not able to localize it.
Yes.
And should the demand go up?
Yes, definitely.
And the only reason the demand can go up is if the golf courses start doing better,
right,
and the game of golf gets more popular. So we come back to again taking it to smaller towns and getting them more aware about
right,
better systems. But is enough awareness available? Colonel Anna sir, you have been into this industry for more years than anyone else. Do you think there's enough awareness in the golf industry itself about the need for good irrigation and the requirement of water management per se?
Definitely, Arun, there is a requirement to get technical know-how also. And what my friend Vilas has said and what Yogesh has said, Yogesh is very right. I checked up with the Jain Irrigation in Nagpur. I said, will they be able to supply us the pipes? He said, we don't manufacture this because there's not much of requirement in India. So we had to import the entire, what you call, from via Dubai, the complete irrigation pipe when Toro people fixed up the irrigation system at TNGF. So, but as far as India is concerned, unless we have the many golf courses coming, but as you said very rightly, there is a scope of getting 18-hole golf courses are very limited in India. 9-hole golf courses may come up every year, maybe 2, maybe 3. But whatever existing system we have, we must plan it in such a way that the golf course owners find it easier to maintain their golf course with the minimum water wastage. And even as I was yesterday, our people, they insist so much, your golf course is so big. I give an example, I think Yogesh would know. Noida golf course is about 95 acres of land. When we say 95 acres, it is only 18 to 20% is the area which requires water. And the water requirement is not more than to 7 lakhs liters of water per day. And if there, because we don't need such a hi-fi what technology, we need it as a weather station and whatnot. Weather stations are required because the people, when you have a big courses, big thing where you want to identify, Bhupender was talking sitting in probably in Jhansi or somewhere he can switch on, but India is not yet that hi-fi as far golf courses are concerned. We got only, I think we can count them about 8 to 10 signature golf courses where we can hold international tournaments. So we should have to come to such a conclusion and a added what you call value to the irrigation system here, so that the poor golf courses who cannot afford to irrigation automation system of 3 to 5 crores. Let our what you call business partner will ask as well as our Toro people to come to that kind of a solution.
Can I say something?
Please.
I'll just come to you, Vilas. In fact, I was planning to come to you, Vilas, because you did talk about certain indigenization. I'm slightly surprised to hear that India cannot provide indigenous solutions. I can understand certain amount of rotor technology which is not available, but I think India has got the largest manufacturers of all kinds of pipes for industrial, non-industrial, and for infrastructure use. I think we are one of the leaders in software in the world, and weather stations per se are not such a complicated machinery. I mean, every met station in near an airport or near a town has got a simple weather station, which should actually meet the requirement of irrigation at least 98 to 99% of the time.
Yeah, what I would say is, when you are talking the component of the Gulf irrigation system, first thing is the pump. Now it is totally indigenized. We have all the pump stations available. We have got the VFD drive pump station available, and we can do it in India. No need to import any more pump station from abroad. Second thing is pipelines. Now our irrigation system is high pressure system. So you need a high pressure pipes and high pressure fittings. Unfortunately, in PVC pipes, we don't have the high pressure fitting, which are of 16 bar, which are manufactured in India. Now we have the other alternative, which is SDP pipe. Fortunately, SDP pipes are being manufactured in India, whatever pressure rating you want. But at the same time, now we are so lucky because of the total indigenization. There are fittings called the electrofusion fittings. Those withstands very high pressure. Those fittings now today in India, fortunately, we have got 5 plants. And the cost of that electrofusion fittings, which we used to import from abroad, now has come down drastically. So in my opinion, pipes and fitting with the SDP pipes and electrofusion were totally indigenous, and we don't have problem at all. At any pressure rating, we can withstand our pipelines and all that. Third point is the central control systems and the controllers. And fourth is the rotors. Yes, rotors, I do agree that it may not be possible for us to indigenize at least in next 10 years or 20 years. The reason being the volume required, the number required for the manufacturing is not available in India. Because for any manufacturing, the basic concept is that you must have local consumption, which unfortunately we don't have. American companies, they have the local consumption. So rotors, I doubt it is not possible in next 10 years. However, when you are talking about the controllers and software, I'm 100% confident that the way I see the industry, I see the way things are going on in the market. In next 5-6 years period, you will have a wireless automated irrigation system made in India. And that period of 5 years or 6 years can even maybe prepone to 3 years. So automated irrigation system, except rotors, controllers and wireless irrigation system, I'm confident that in next 5-6 years, it may happen that somehow some people will come out with the system and it will be indigenized. Yes, definitely the sophistication which Hunter has developed or other companies have developed, those sophistication may not be there in the beginning, but at least as Colonel Ravi Rana said, who is my mentor, or he always advises in our life, in golf life, basically. So the courses which we are talking, low-end courses where we cannot afford the money. So there definitely people can have this indigenous, localized, automated irrigation system, and they will be able to do something. I want to say something on the weather station. Today, what we are thinking that weather station costs 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 3.5. No, it is not. Now it just costs 70 lakhs rupees, 70,000 rupees. In 70,000, you can have full-fledged proper weather station with soil moisture sensor, which will give you exactly how much to irrigate and when to irrigate. These two answers, these two data will be given to you just within 70,000 rupees. It doesn't cost more than that. So if our thinking is that we need 3 lakhs rupees or 2 lakhs rupees weather station, no, those thinkings are getting changed because of the indigenization. Now the most important thing is how this 70,000 weather station makes the difference. Now Colonel Ravi Rana just mentioned about Noida Golf Course, 95 acres total area, 20 out of that 20%, which is the grass area, which I'm talking about, 20 acres, which is roughly 8,000 square, 4,000. 1 minute. 20 into 4,000. So it is around 80,000 square meter area.
Maximum about a lakh. Maximum about a lakh square meter.
Yeah. So basically, our peak water requirement in any golf course in summer is 6 mm, which is the 6 liters per square meter per day. Now just imagine if you don't have weather station, you are doing on the basis of imagination and thinking. You are likely to make a mistake of minimum 2 mm. And if you make a mistake of 2 mm, which is resulting into 2 liters per square meter per day. So 80,000 into 2 liters, if I make it 160,000 liters, 1.6 lakh liters of water, you are over-irrigating to the golf course.
Let me interrupt you, Vilas, there. I take that point, the importance of weather station. My point was slightly that how do we reduce costs of weather stations? Because some companies, some irrigation systems sell weather stations which are much more expansive and much more expensive. I mean, they have so much of data which is really not required for golf courses. I mean, golf courses essentially need wind direction, relative humidity, temperature. I mean, the combination of these three things by and large will solve 98% of a problem. So you can do with less expensive and more simpler weather stations. Why is it necessary to supply a $20,000 weather station with an irrigation system?
Hey, sir, already we have weather station built in India costing just 70,000 rupees.
Perfect.
Which will give you whatever data you have mentioned. Not only that, it will give much more data than what you are expecting in 70,000 rupees. So that is available. I would say I will go one step further. Suppose you have a military golf courses, even they cannot afford 70,000. I fully agree. Absolutely, there is no problem. But they need some guideline. Now there are apps are available which cost 2,000 rupees a month. On that app, they can give the ET value. So today's ET value in Calcutta military golf course or Air Force golf course, ET value that area is so much, and that figure it is almost 85% accurate. So 85% accuracy, if you are getting from the 2,000 rupees per month, which is fair enough, I think, and we will still save a lot of water. Extra over to that, like companies like Hunter, for example, they have come out with a small mini weather station. How much it costs? It costs maybe 10,000 rupees. And you can connect to any controller, which is normal 4,000, 5,000 rupees controller, which can be used for the landscaping. That 10,000 rupees weather station, it is approximate and it is fairly accurate. That also gives you the idea when how much to irrigate.
That's good to know. That's exactly what I was talking about, that you essentially need ET data, which suffices most of the time. So let me come to Bhupendra. When you installed an irrigation system in a golf course, or you upgraded irrigation system, these are high-tech systems which have got great advantages. They also provide you ease of irrigation. They also provide uniformity. But do they also provide some room for complacency, where you actually push a button and want a wall-to-wall carpeting without realizing the economy of scale?
Right. That's right. Actually, when newer systems, like as you were discussing, when these kind of systems are incorporated, it actually opens an entirely new world for a superintendent. So sometimes it is very likely that people want to get to the extent where there are certain features in every system which are not used to the extent as you were discussing. I mean, they are there. Like in a phone, we have hundreds of systems, but every feature is not utilized to that extent. But still, we pay for it, and then we never get a return out of it. So similar is the case with newer technology with regard to irrigation system also. So I think, yes, this happens, and if we keep a proper focus, then we definitely require fewer things like ET data, which is very important for scheduling and programming irrigation. So that is where, but it is very easily available. I mean, every local city has stations, and it's available online also. We can have very cheap solutions of weather stations, as Mr. Gaikwad was saying. So all these possibilities are there, and that kind of ease not only give impetus to further taking grass more green, a little luxury. So all these kind of elements keep on cropping in. When it's there in your hand and you can irrigate, you got water, you got system, you keep doing that. You don't think that way. Otherwise, if it is not there, then you think more of conserving and letting things a little brown aside, something like that. So I think that is naturally good.
So yes, so I think Bhupendra, what you're trying to say in short is probably greenkeepers must be more aware of technology. They should be more aware of what to irrigate and what not to pay for. So let me come to you, Yogesh. I mean, you being a supplier, yes, do you think that it's a responsibility of the suppliers to educate the clients about optimizing a situation rather than going for a wall-to-wall carpeting? Members have expectations for a green turf from the point of entry to the point of exit. So do you people do certain amount of sensitizing people about costs and about paying additional costs for something which is not so useful?
Surely, we do that, and this can be done right at the design stage. Whenever we are designing a system, we ask the golf architect to send him a coverage plan that have a look at it. We are covering the right areas, or are we not? Are we missing some areas, or we are covering over? So they come back to us. No, these areas we don't need water because there will be plantation. So we cut down on those kind of things. And
or is it that you are happy that the members want wall-to-wall green carpeting, and it increases the supply?
Like as a seller, anybody will be happy. Nowadays, water is quite scarce, right? So we are also, like, irrigation companies are also they are also thinking and coming up with new technologies. Like now these days, using part circle sprinklers on greens basically. So you don't waste water throwing in the surrounding in the greens, or even they want some greenery. They have some surrounds. If the surrounds are not big, there are available part circle sprinklers with a back nozzle. So you are watering the green, but in the meantime, from the back, you are also getting some area which will be green, the green surrounds. Same thing can be applied on fairways, like wall-to-wall part circle sprinklers, and a little water goes to rough if they want to be. So that is one thing. Modern control systems, now we have come to like earlier, the sprinkler run times were in minutes, 1 minute, 10 minutes, or now we have come down to broken the runtime in seconds. So, say 1,000 sprinklers on a golf course, if you save 30 seconds every sprinkler, it will amount to a lot of water saving on that. The technologies also, the irrigation companies are also looking for more solutions to save on water and give you some better solutions.
So let me go to now the old Tom Morris of India, Colonel Rana, and let me ask him that while we're talking about water management, the irrigation systems are very efficient without doubt. But if you keep irrigating a lot of areas all the time, a lot of this efficiency is wasted. You are actually wasting a lot of water into unwanted areas. So what do you think greenkeepers should be doing, and what should be at the planning stage, as Yogesh Sharma said, at the planning stages, what should you be looking at?
Well, we have been wanting Yogesh, when he visited us in Noida golf course, I said we want minimum water to be used. I think wastage of water is a sin, as you had written in one of the paper, what you wrote in the GSMI chapter. And as you say, that technology has come and there are the weather stations. I think if you open a weather, what you call WhatsApp app down, weather app, I think we get temperature, we get wind, we get humidity, we get sunlight. So all those parameters are known to every superintendent, and it will vary depending on to these things as to how much water is to be done and where water is to be done. And if that is the case, I think we should come down and wait. What Vilas says, 70,000 rupees is a small little money to wait for a weather station if it is to be installed subsequently. But getting to 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs is an expensive thing. And when you talk about even the pipes are being made in India, no doubt. But this what we call fusion fitting also is very good. It's not bad what Vilas has explained. It has been used in Tamil Nadu in Coimbatore, and it has been done by hunter, distributor or designer, our member Ashok, which has worked out very cheap, and they are very happy. Past 2.5 years, they have no problem. It will be good to know and contact them to give us a study as to how much they spent, how they are finding, how they are doing. To my mind, what interaction I had with the shop, they are doing perfectly fine. No doubt, rotors they have use of hunters. But many areas, many big, what you call as you wall-to-wall carpet, what Yogesh talked, Yogesh business is not to keep the members happy. Yogesh's main concern should be keep the management staff of the club happy as to what is in their kitty, what they can spend, how they can get the best of it. I think in our case, we have got about 500 or 600 rotors on the course, which every day, 4 or 5, you find them damaged by the staff as such. But nevertheless, we are still managing in 6 to 7 lakhs liters of water. Any golf course superintendent or the committee would like that the window must be reduced to 5 to 6 hours watering. And that should be able to pull out at least 8 to 10 lakhs liters of water for a 150, 200 acre of land, where the total, what you call, thing will come to about, say, 50 acre of land of the play area. Reduction of play area is a must. You can have more of a landscape area, and that should meet our requirement. But it should be little cheaper, because today the money is not there to spend on irrigation system in crores. It should be only in 1 or 2 crore, I think should be more than enough.
Thank you, sir. Let me get to another aspect of water management. I think we are only talking about overwatering, efficient watering, but there's also rain, there's extra precipitation. So we also need to look at good drainage. If you have good drainage, perhaps the irrigation system is much more efficient, your grass grows better. So we'll ask you to do something on water conservation in EcoAqua.
Yeah.
So what do you think? There could be other methods of better water management. Water is going to be very, very scarce in India.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if the statistics is right, We have 16% of world's population. We've got just about 3.5% of world's water resources. So we are in for a challenge. And the first casualty is going to be golf, primarily because of the image of it being an elitist game. We have done nothing to change that image. We actually are trying to make it even more elitist. So I think that we got to look at that water quite seriously.
See, basically, you know what you have rightly said. Whenever I go for CII meetings, I always tell them these dams which are supplying water to city for potable water for consumption, and it also goes to the farmers. Farmers are doing the rainwater harvesting left and right. They have understood the importance. But unfortunately, we elite, we did not understand the importance of the rainwater harvesting. Now India has gone ahead. Now in India, we are manufacturing rainwater harvesting modular tanks. It means 2 lakh, 10 lakh, 20 lakh liters, you can finish that tank underground within 8 days. So that technology, which was not there in India for rainwater harvesting and recharge, which has already come in India, fortunately. So it is necessary for us, particularly for the golf courses, we need to think in this direction that whatever liter of water we are going to use on our golf course, it has to be self-generated. How it can be done as self-generated? It is out of two things. One is STP water, which you create and you use it, number one. Number two, whatever rainwater you are getting it during the rainy season, you see that every drop of water, it is recharged into the ground. Whether it is, there are two types of aquifer. One is unconfined aquifer, in which water table is there. You dug up an open well and pump out the water. So that water table gradually it is going down because of the over extraction or over pumping. So what we can do is by using this rainwater harvesting modular tank technology, you can put all that water into the tank and it keeps on percolating into the ground, and water table slowly starts coming up. That's how the unconfined layer, which is the top layer, which can be taken care. Then second is a confined layer, which is say 200 feet below. There is a rock layer. Between two rock layers, there is a water is there. Now that also need to be recharged. So what you do is you make a bore well, and around the bore well, you have one tank, retention tank constructed out of this modular tank. So during rainy season, when the storm intensity is very high, so water gets stored into that. And as per the water absorption capacity of the aquifer, slowly water will start percolating into the aquifer. It means whatever water you are falling on your land of golf course, unfortunately, you know, we are very lucky that we have the land with us, whether it's a 35 acres, 50 acres, 100 acres, 120, 50 acres, depending on the how many holes we have. So land is there, area is available. Only thing that we need to a bit to recharge this water underground, and that water you can utilize it in due course of time. You can pump it out again and use it for irrigation. You need not to depend on any canals or anything or buy the water or like that. So if you can prove that, yes, I'm recharging the water, whatever I need for my golf course by using these technologies which are available in India, cost is less. So that I'm doing it and I'm using it for my own purposes. So why I think why people should comment on the golf courses. Golf courses, in terms of water requirement, they will be self-sustainable.
Yes,
Arun, I'd like to come in.
Yes, sir.
You must have heard Ashwini Khurana the other day on a Karma Lake land. They have got 19 open wells, and all the underground drainage on the golf course, which are connected, water going to the lake is fine. Rest which is not going, the complete that is going into the open, what you call wells, whether rainwater or overwatering, everything goes there, and that is harvested. Unconditional, what you call, he says, the data gets improved, and later on it can be used if need be. That is what every golf course should do it. Like in Delhi Golf Club, you take, there is no underground drainage on the fairways at all, except the greens. How do we define that?
Yeah, so let me come to Bhupendra, who's done some drainage on golf courses. Drainage, we all know, is very, very important at the design stage and also later at the maintenance stage. Do you think this drainage should be utilized for irrigating that golf course, something like the Vilas said? Or do we let it go and recharge the groundwater? Because if you recharge the groundwater, people are not going to realize that you are using your own water.
Definitely, sir. As you have pointed out, Mr. Gaikwad has very nicely give the what is happening actually. We can't take irrigation and drainage separately. They go hand in hand. So the best thing could be when when a golf course or any such facility is designed, it is best to plan these two as a complement to each other. So what generally happens, because in India we have seasonal rains and all that. So it is best we utilize that season or the natural rains, whatever we get, to recharge our systems. Even in our city, we see that it's only monsoon which recharges, and that supplies water for drinking or anything else. So in golf courses have huge areas, 100 acres or more. So that is a very good potential to recharge the underground water system and all that. But for that, we need to make provisions. Maybe the older golf courses, they might have not initially planned, but there is always a potential to develop such kind of recharge system, recharge wells and all that. So that is definitely going to help. But I believe that whatever new projects comes in, they definitely should take irrigation system and drainage very seriously, because I think that most of the golf courses, if they ever fail, they fail only because of water issues and water crisis or water. So it's eventually boils down to water management.
Yeah, I'll just like to add something which I experienced in few golf courses, which Vilas did talk about smaller golf courses. Sometimes the smaller golf courses have become ambitious and they installed very nice modern irrigation system. And they forgot to plan for good electricity supply, and they forgot to plan for good high pressure water. I mean, good quantity of water where you had enough pressure so that the rotors were working. Is that true, Yogesh and Vilas? Do you have that experience?
You are very rightly saying, but as I told you that when we design the system, we are always talking to customers and we educate them. Like I'll give you an example. JP Greens, both courses, most of the courses we told them like pump station, you should have a like stabilizer, so that your the components or pumps they don't fail. So every top courses like Classic or DLF or whatever, on the backup they have stabilized power supply. That is most important, very important.
Yeah. I was talking about smaller golf courses. Smaller golf courses,
even
they got ambitious. They have made this mistake.
They are ambitious. It doesn't cost anything. Not big. If they are installing the system, they should plan for a stabilizer. It is not going to cost you say 20 or 50 lakhs of rupees, and depending on the size what they are using, the pumps and motors will be there. So they should have a backup.
And since Bhupendra alluded to that about planning a new project, I think one of the reasons, one of the main concerns with the new project should have is availability of water. Availability of not potable water, but availability of water, maybe a sewage system nearby, etc. Because no amount of rain harvesting is going to ever meet the requirement of a golf course in most of the areas in this country, most of the areas. And related to that, I would like someone's view, maybe Colonel Rana could answer it. We also have a fascination for making water hazards, very large, nice water bodies. How much do you think is necessary when you're talking about water shortages? Let's say North India, for example. It does not, it's a rain deficient area most of the time. Vilas, even Western India is rain deficient 8 months of the year.
But Arun, as far as the water bodies are concerned, people have the facts that we should have so many water bodies. They make the play difficult, to give a challenge to the golfers. But on the other hand, if you have the many water bodies, that doesn't also serve the purpose. Because ET rate, if you notice, even in this, most of the water will evaporate also. Then it has got a problem of algae, weed, sand, organic debris, fish, frogs, snakes, everything. And you keep cleaning those rotors every day. But minimum 2 to 3 water body which can hold the reserve water for 2 days, at least to water the greens, tees and landing areas and whatnot. And that should be the concern.
So when we talk about water management and we talk about water bodies, so I think essentially you're suggesting that water bodies should be used as storage tanks.
Yes.
They should be able to get the runoff. They should be able to have some emergency supply of water if your systems fail. Is that so?
Yeah, maximum runoff should be to the lakes.
Yeah, I can see both Yogesh and Vilas wanting to comment on it. So Yogesh, you first.
Yeah, about water bodies, these are very fancy things, but they are the biggest cause of evaporation and water loss.
Correct.
Like in
Yes.
summer, the kind of water loss what
Yes.
they will create is tremendous. You can't even calculate.
Yes.
Yes, so
And
to,
Usually in summer, water evaporation is 15 to 20 mm per
Per square
day,
meter.
which is a huge amount of water. I think that first thing is water bodies are luxurious. In time to come, definitely you have to look into the thinking that whether do we really need the water bodies? Can we avoid the water bodies? Definitely it is adding aesthetics to the golf course. But in view of the scarcity of water, today or tomorrow we'll have to start stopping this one. However, what we can do is, as I mentioned earlier, this modular tank technology. In these underground water bodies, you can put these tanks, you can assemble those tanks, you can put the at the bottom simple liner, which is of HDPE and all that. And on top of that, you put the geotextile and cover it by the soil, and you can have the grass also on top of that. Whenever water comes in, you store into that tanks underground, and then you can utilize it for irrigation also. So whatever depressions are there in the golf course areas, those can be covered by using this underground modular tanks, and which can be used for storage also.
So if I understand it correctly by the two experts, that having an open water body for the purpose of storage water is actually counterproductive. You're losing more water than what you're saving.
Yes.
So the answer would be to make underground modular tanks.
Yes.
And just to add what Yogesh has said, the evaporation losses in summers, I think there's another thing which happens is the density of water keeps getting higher and higher down below at the lower level of these water bodies, which ultimately leads to sedimentation. It ultimately leads to blockage of lower surface, and whatever percolation was being there, so the recharging is also gone. I don't think they work as water recharging bodies at all after some time. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. See, like yesterday, Mr. Khurana was telling that, these most of the golf courses, water bodies, they line it actually, either with the concrete or the EPDM or the HDPE membrane, whatsoever. So once you line it, then percolation is finished. That is gone, basically. And as you said, rightly said, that even if you don't do the lining and all that, but over a period of time, definitely those pore spaces get blocks and your recharging gets reduced. So more of water is we are losing because of the evaporation, which is.
So essentially, the water bodies, if I get it correctly, from the water management perspective, do not serve much purpose, or do not serve any purpose. The open water bodies, they may be required for design purposes, they may be required for aesthetics. That's a different perspective. Am I right?
Yeah, you are very correct.
Bhupendra?
yes, sir. If what I see that water bodies, if they are, they are integral part of the game, and that's that's why they are there. It looks nice and all that. But what I see that acres of surface is exposed to sun, so all those losses are there. But I think that if instead of having a larger surface area, if we can increase the depth of water bodies, then that could minimize the evaporation losses, and also without liners, without concreting, these kind of things can some way help in recharging water also. That's what my opinion is. So if we could have a little more precise approach towards water bodies, then their productivity and their use could be a little better in one regard.
So would you think that the recharging of water will be better off if we had small bores and we piped it underground? Will that be better than having these water bodies? Because there are no evaporation losses in that.
Yeah, definitely. So they are more efficient, but in case we are having water
In case
bodies,
you're having a water body, okay.
then this approach of having deeper water bodies.
So in case we are having a water body, we should think of surface area, and we should try and increase the depth so that proportionately the evaporation losses is lesser.
Arun here. In fact, our designers should be made to learn all this, because these are the ones who suggest water body, do the cementing, do the EPDM. Rather than they coming, they should be taken little concern and a guidance from our irrigation experts. And as you discuss, you can put even that in the surface, those pipes to do that.
So I think, sir, what you're suggesting is that at the inception stage, when you're planning a golf course, you should not only think of source of water, you should have an integrated planning by your irrigation experts like Vilas and Yogesh. The greenkeepers must be involved, and it should not be a unilateral decision by some committee or some office bearer alone. Is that so?
Yes.
One point I would like to mention that there are two things. One is a surface runoff, which comes from the rainfall. So definitely, most of the cases, usually, except few international standard golf courses, we do not bother to install the surface runoff collection system. So in my opinion, that surface runoff collection system has to be there so that that water can be collected and it can be used in the bores for recharging of the bores. That is number one. Number two, we should do irrigation in such a way that there should not be any excessive irrigation which goes below the root zone depth of the grass. Unfortunately, we people are doing so much of over irrigation that water below the root zone, it goes down and it contributes into the drainage and all that. And then we think of collecting that water and use it for recharging and all that. So that should be avoided. Our irrigation should be precise, that should be within the root zone. That's it, nothing more.
To add to this, what I have observed, even in spite of having the best of irrigation systems, we always require hand watering or manual, watering in golf courses. So that is where, in spite of having nicely placed rotors and this and that, but still the topography or the layout of golf courses are such that there is always a observation, even after having an irrigation system, that one needs to adjust accordingly as per the requirement. Even the timing for irrigation of different rotors, we have to adjust as per seasons. In different seasons, different areas collect different amount of waters. Even a golf course might have some sandy areas wherein the water recharge is very easy, and some pockets can be such where it's more clay and water will collect there. So such areas needs to be, once the golf course is running, then there has to be some kind of observation or study or audit so as to adjust to further increase the efficiency of the system which we already have in a golf course.
What he says, he rightly said that in different seasons or different types of soils, your irrigation has to be changed. Recently, just to share the information, we have developed an app in which, definitely along with the help of weather station, we get how much to irrigate and when to irrigate by using the soil moisture sensors. So what we have done is, in those softwares, we have put different types of soils. So, golf course, definitely soil keeps on changing. So for the change of soil, we have put the maximum allowable depletion level. So that once the water level, moisture level depletes up to certain level, then automatically irrigation should start and it should give moisture to the grass. So that's how those things can be even accommodated, and irrigation can be done in a better way and efficient way.
I don't know, I got one point. I would request our president GSMI that under the aegis of GSMI, we should do this audit of these couple of golf courses on the irrigation system, and we can take help our business partner. On down south, we can take Vilas. On north side, we can take Yogesh. And we should find out as to how we can overcome to these problems of water management. How we can, like very rightly, what we call Bhupender puts it to hand watering. Hand watering must be done at least, if not every week, at least it should be done fortnightly, hand watering on the greens. So that could be done, and it can give a case study as to what is wrong and how we can reduce, how we can better management we can do with the irrigation system. I'm sure our president will consider this.
Gentlemen, there's one question that countries like Australia have very stringent water usage laws during drought period. And obviously India is slightly, is getting there actually, is getting there. So what do the golf courses or GCSMI can contribute on this? Since it's a GCSMI, I think so maybe I should take this. I think one of the things which we need to investigate in this country is that golfers should not expect absolutely prime conditions 365 days in a year. If there's a drought, you have grasses which regenerate quickly once the water is available, they don't die. So certain amount of brown tinge or even khaki should be acceptable in these exceptional circumstances. Your comments, please.
It looks
I want to
beautiful.
say, in my opinion, no, I do not accept this. You know why? Because a golf course, when you are going there, greenery has to be there. You know, then only you really enjoy playing the golf. Then otherwise it becomes a sand course in Abu Dhabi or Jaipur. I don't know, one golf course
but
is
but you don't have a right, God-given right to play 365 days in a year. You can play lesser. I mean, if you're playing soccer or cricket, for example, there are weather times when you don't play them.
But rather we should implement all other measures. GCS and MAI, what they should do is they should give the guidelines to all the golf courses regarding rainwater harvesting.
I mean,
water management.
Bhupendra, you have been on the receiving end.
No. I'm not on the receiving. I'm really worried about the efficient utilization of our scarce resources. As I mentioned in the beginning, farmers are going to kill urbanites if they don't get water for their crops. So there is going to be a fight between farmers and urbanites who are because they are encroaching their water because they are not doing any rainwater harvesting. So before this problem comes, we need to be
proactive about taking measures to avoid this. We should see in the future. I was just coming to Bhupendra Singh, who seems to have been on the receiving end of the members' expectations. So what do you say, Bhupendra?
Sir, there is always an expectation, but because golf course superintendent is the key person, he has to be there as a receiving end from upside, downside, every side. But he needs to be very responsible. He's the person who has to decide basically because he's accountable to everybody who pays him salary and all that. But he should also have a sense to the nature, because I had seen this, that under pressure, many things keep on happening, but we need to take a stand with regard to these kind of, management practices sometimes. And I'm sure that if we communicate things very properly, then I don't find any management or any person on this earth in today's world would not consider, rightly, communicated things with regard to environment. With regard to Australia, I would like to share an, understanding when I was there. I learned that a very renowned golf course there was at the verge of extinction. So it was very difficult because of drought and water crisis. But they actually invested on technology, irrigation, and all that. And finally, they happened to be a very fine, golf course. So definitely, irrigation system, irrigation technology, everything is there to help. But it has to be a balance and properly communicated system, because golf is not an individual, thing for anybody. So everybody will have to come together for its long-term sustainability, be it a greenkeeper, be it a management, or be it the irrigation, system companies. They have to be very, very sensible with regard to water management.
So I think we as an association should be sensitizing the golf community about the future challenges which Vilas alluded to. You don't want to be caught into crossfire between rural and urban population. Within urban population also, if you go to a middle class colony where people are not getting water to bathe or wash their clothes, and you are having sprinklers running at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, is going to be a clash. So I think we as an association should be cognizant of it and try and sensitize golf community as well.
One point I would like to
make. I think Yogesh, you wanted to say, sorry, Vilas.
Yogesh wanted to say something. Australia. But what I have observed is, like when we are in India, which may not be too developed countries, now they say that we are developed countries, we still have my apprehensions about it. So here, when we talk of golf courses, we talk of having totally top serviceable rotors and all that. But if you go to Australia, those guys, they are not bothered. They say, you know, my grass should be green, it should be less green. Why I cannot use the landscaping rotors? Landscaping rotors also give the same radius and all that, but the cost is drastically down, so that the cost of the construction of the irrigation system construction goes drastically down. So those people are very practical in Australia. Why we cannot be practical in India also? It is not necessary that all the time, every time we should have the
maybe
rotors only.
Maybe as suppliers of irrigation systems, you and Yogesh should be more rational.
Arun, I'll answer this. In Noida Golf Course, in the fairways, we have all got landscape rotors. And it has worked out very cheap. Yogesh will bear with me.
Yes.
That they've been working. We got it, the complete golf course upgraded in 27 lakhs rupees. And they are working fine.
This is the answer.
Only the rotors around the green, we have got rotors, probably old rotors from the Rainbird, and maybe given by them.
I have supplied a lot of Hunter rotors over there to Noida Golf Course.
Yes, but we are there, the landscape rotors, landscape rotors.
Landscape rotors I have supplied I-25 there.
And they are there, I-25 and all that, what they have been doing very good.
So I think.
But I said, last I was only wondering, the petrol has gone 100 rupees a liter, let the water not go 100 rupees a liter. Please keep it in mind. As it is, a 25-liter bottle cost, a 10-liter bottle cost 25 rupees today. So let's have the, good matching mobility between the urban and the, local villages. Otherwise, they said, I don't have water to drink. Why should I play golf? And why should I let golf be made? So that is a big consideration. And I think.
Yogesh, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was saying. Last point, what I want to say, now, these days, more and more courses are moving towards recycled water. Whether it's a Qutub Golf Course or Delhi Golf Club or DLF or Noida Golf Course or Chandigarh Golf Club. So particularly the courses which are in cities or urban areas, authorities may give you STP water or recycled water. So the management has to ensure that they are getting at least some kind of purification in that. Because in Chandigarh Golf Club, I've seen sometimes they just grass sewage. So if the courses which have not moved to recycled water as yet, they should start thinking immediately, because authorities are not allowing to irrigate the golf courses with fresh waters.
So gentlemen, I am running out of time. If you have any last comment to make, I can give you 30 seconds each.
Yeah, I just want to comment on STP water. STP water which are being used in India, unfortunately, our STP sewage treated plants, they are not up to the standard, number one. Number two, when it comes to the recurring cost, you have to do the ozonization or chlorination whatsoever. And there is a lot of recurring cost is there. And unfortunately, again, we are not in position to take care of that recurring cost. So end result is the quality of STP water which we are getting from the STP plant, which is very bad. It gives a lot of smell. And then if you put it on the grass, smell will be there. There are so many problems are there. So again, STP is another one full session discussion. But you need to think that STP water should be of good quality if you are using STP water.
I can give example of one of the golf courses in Bombay, which had this odor issues.
Yeah.
Anyone else has got anything to say?
Yeah, like that, around here in Noida Golf Club, we get 10 lakhs liters of water free of cost from the Noida authorities. And it is screening, sedimation and all that. When it comes to the golf course, there's no odor, nothing. Only thing is that we keep ourselves away in case if there is any rotor is on. Otherwise, our requirement is consumption is capacity. We got 8 lakhs liters of water we can store. And they give us 10 lakhs per day. And that is felt, I think, is a good job Noida authority is doing.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Vilas. Thank you, Yogesh Sharma. Thank you, Bhupendra Singh. Thank you, Colonel Ravi Rana. Like I said, old Tom Morris of India. So thank you all. It was a very, very enlightening session. And I think the viewers must have got a lot of knowledge, a lot of nuances which irrigation has, a lot of nuances about water management, a lot of nuances about storage of water. So thank you very much. Maybe we'll come back again and have another session, because this is a very, very interesting subject. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Arun.
Thanks.
आदमी कहते हैं पीने के लिए पानी नहीं है.
The all-new Sand Pro 2040Z is unlike anything else in the marketplace. An industry-first zero-turn groomer delivers unparalleled productivity and maneuverability. The 2040Z is a daily bunker rake designed for speed and efficiency, reducing your bunker raking expense. The specially designed rake is unique to the 2040Z. It's flexible and easily covers tire tracks in turns for a perfectly groomed finish. Built in 3 sections to handle small spaces, this rake makes it easy to groom steep banks. The unique 84-inch wide flexible tooth rake is made of modified natural rubber, so it's gentle on turf and won't snag bunker liners, yet rugged enough for daily use all season long. And with Toro's lift-in-turn system, the inner rake automatically lifts and turns, preventing unwanted mounds of material and teardrop patterns, leaving you with a perfectly groomed bunker each and every time. The intuitive thumb switch lifts and lowers the rake without taking your hands off the controls for simple and safe operation. Between bunkers, the 2040Z can really move. With speeds up to 12 miles per hour, you can get the job done up to 25% faster than an ordinary bunker rake, making it easy to stay ahead of golfers and shotgun starts. Unmatched productivity and maneuverability. That's the Toro Sand Pro 2040Z. For more information, visit toro.com/2040Z or contact your Toro distributor. Toro's Sand Pro 2040Z. Count on it.
Thank you, Ekita. Thank you, panel. That was a very informative and fantastic session to open up the proceedings for the day. Next up, we have Mr. Slava Gorovoy, who is the aftermarket and service manager for Toro Company, Asia Pacific region. He'll be talking about turf maintenance solutions over a video. Over to Slava.
Hello to you all from Brisbane, Australia, and welcome to the Toro Company Turf Maintenance Solutions presentation. My name is Slava Gorovoy, and I am Toro Aftermarket and Service Operations Manager, Asia Pacific. I specialize in development and implementation of digital customer and product service solutions. And one of my key responsibilities is MyTurf training and support. My personal vision is helping companies transcend customer service expectations by connecting people and technology. I trust that during previous sessions at the event, you have learned about new Toro products, irrigation systems, and future technologies. In the first part of this presentation, we'll investigate players' game experience and its influence on the golf club operations, review golf clubs' challenges, and identify potential solutions to transform these challenges into business growth opportunities. Introduction into the world of the complete digital solutions for turf maintenance operations. Learn about Toro's MyTurf Champion certification program. And stay tuned to find out details of MyTurf Pro special offer for conference participants. So what does it mean to play golf? The definition of the golf game is a club and ball sport in which players use various clubs to hit balls into a series of holes on a course in as few strokes as possible. One of the most interesting facts about golf game is that every golf course has different design, which provides players with personalized and unique playing experience every time. And what are the reasons for playing golf? Some people playing for fun, as part of their regular entertainment activities. Some people play professionally and they actually make a living out of it. Some people just like to socialize, and for them golf course is a place to engage with family and friends. And it can also be used for networking to increase professional exposure and create new acquaintances. And one of the most prominent reasons is just relaxation. People like to get on a course and just chill and unwind from everyday stresses after balancing a lot of responsibilities in work and life. When players think of a golf club, the first thing that comes to their mind is the beautiful green turf space and the amazing playing experience that awaits them. It's evident that turf is one of the most important assets in the golf business, and without it, golf game can't exist. Each of the golf courses areas requires specified maintenance approach and resources. The delivery of best-in-class playing experience depends on timely execution of turf maintenance cycles by entire golf club operations. Both Toro and our distribution partners are always available to help your business operations to deliver best-in-class playing experience to your members. We are in this together. It's apparent that Golf Course A is well maintained and meets turf conditions that deliver best-in-class player experience, while Golf Course B will require a large investment of resources to restore its turf appearance to be able to welcome back its members. Golf Course B club business operation must significantly increase turf maintenance spending and at the same time will suffer from reduction in incoming revenue. The ancient wisdom says, prevention is always more effective than cure. Golf club business operation is categorized as hospitality and entertainment industry. Like all other service providing businesses, golf clubs must have customers, players to remain operational. The delivery of best-in-class playing experience for its members is always on the top priority list for golf clubs. The next objective is to run golf events and tournaments which provide golf clubs with a wide exposure in the players' community. Tournaments and events are great marketing and advertising activities to increase clubs' prestige and ranking. It's a known fact that golf clubs have always been under pressure to reduce maintenance costs and increase productivity. And with lingering COVID-19 global uncertainty, this task became even more complicated. The complexity of these challenges is how to deliver excellent members' experience within allocated budget and without negative impact on any of the business operational areas. After thorough analysis of these challenges, Toro developed a complete range of software products to provide golf clubs with required solution, and it's called the Internet of Turf. Let's watch the video. Welcome back, and as we know, turf appearance is highly dependent on timely execution of turf maintenance cycle. In addition, turf maintenance operations must be actioned efficiently, accurately, and in alignment with weather seasons. This is required to ensure that turf remains healthy and green throughout the entire playing season. The inconsistent execution of any of the maintenance cycle stages may result in turf illness and significant expenses in turf repair costs. There are a number of factors that need to be considered when planning golf course maintenance, such as golf course design, maintenance area size, soil conditions, type of grass, and etc. It is impossible to keep on top of these activities through manual labor alone. As a result, golf clubs invest in fleet of machines and systems to perform 5 main stages of turf maintenance cycle: mowing, irrigation, daily maintenance, fertilizing, weed and pest control, and aeration. Like any other powered equipment, these machines require regular maintenance and care. It is very important for golf clubs to ensure that machines are always ready for use to minimize impact on turf maintenance activities. Equipment maintenance is actions that are taken before failure in order to prevent breakdown and extend product work life. There are 3 maintenance categories: daily maintenance, scheduled maintenance, and repair. Preventative maintenance requires: number 1, discipline; number 2, routine systematic actions that are defined in maintenance checklists; number 3, timing that is set by the manufacturer and work is performed according to a preset schedule; number 4 is up-to-date technical information. All preventative maintenance activities are classified as investment and reduced equipment maintenance costs in the long run. Without effective preventative maintenance, no product can last. Maintenance spending is an investment rather than a cost. In case preventative maintenance is not done, this will result in chain components failure and increase equipment repair costs. The displayed pie chart provides detailed overview of customers' total cost of ownership breakdown. In contrast to widespread perception, purchase price accounts only for 10% of the total cost of ownership. The largest portion of the cost is operating labor, which accounts for 50% of the total cost of ownership. When machine is down and unavailable for use, this results in maintenance backlog buildup, productivity loss, and increased spending on operating labor hours. There is a direct link between engine maintenance and fuel costs. If machine's engines is not serviced, the result is overall decrease in operational efficiency, which must be compensated by higher fuel consumption, which will ultimately increase fuel costs. Absence of scheduled maintenance will cause faster components wear and tear, premature failure and damage, and this may complicate and prolong warranty claim approval process. The great news that 82% of costs can be effectively managed and kept in check. Introducing MyTurf Pro Fleet Management System, which provides turf maintenance teams with solution to increase operational performance and reduce costs. MyTurf Pro system principle is connect, manage, maintain, simplify. This is a web-based application, requires internet and web browser for access and provides asset manager with 24/7 fleet status overview. The system enables maintenance teams to record and manage assets online, individually or multiple assets at once with bulk update functionality. It is important to note that MyTurf Pro covers both Toro and non-Toro equipment, which provides customers with complete solution for their fleets. MyTurf application is directly connected to Toro Drawings database, which are linked with Toro scheduled maintenance plans. So let's talk a little bit about the evolution of the platform. Launched in 2016, initial focus on the system was on Toro equipment only. During 2010, Toro implemented wireless R-meter connectivity solution, which eliminated the need for manual operational information entry. Since then, Toro's focus had been user experience improvement and streamlining of communication. As a result, MyTurf customers can be contacted via online messenger in their MyTurf account in a most easy and accessible way. At this stage, MyTurf wireless R-meter system is only available for the displayed countries. Toro is open to consideration of wireless R-meter system expansion for India market, which is directly dependent on MyTurf market rollout and future growth. The wireless R-meter system includes hardware and software components, and it is important to note that these systems are also compatible with non-Toro equipment. The wireless R-meter systems fitted on the machine collects operational data and send it to the base station. Then equipment operational data is transferred into the cloud and can be accessed via MyTurf user account. The advantages of the system is that there is a complete elimination of manual data entry and automation of assets maintenance cycle management process. So MyTurf system is available in two subscriptions, standard, the free version, and pro license fee version. The main difference include non-equipment assets tracking, customizable maintenance notification, tracking of fuel, parts, and service operational costs. One of the key advantages of MyTurf Pro subscription is built-in parts inventory management that greatly simplify the entire part stock management processes. It is important to note that MyTurf Pro is a 4 systems in one application and provides complete solution range for golf course management, service, and operation team. As part of Toro's commitment to its product users, all newly enrolled customers can try MyTurf Pro for 3 months free of charge and without any further obligation. As part of add-on value proposition, Toro will provide system setup, support, and training. With MyTurf Pro system, asset managers transition from manual into auto-digital asset management. As a result, time required to maintain assets record is significantly reduced. MyTurf Pro subscription enables tracking and management of mixed fleets, Toro and non-Toro equipment, additional option for tracking other assets, which are non-machinery, provides asset managers with complete overview of golf clubs' resources. Asset managers have the option of tracking cutting units as machine assigned item or separately, ensuring that cutting unit is always sharp and ready to use. Use of MyTurf Pro application helps with equipment's balanced operational rotation and prolonging its service life. As of release 14, operating data on Toro machines fitted with QR code plate can be updated via mobile device. The process as easy as 1, 2, 3. Number 1, log in to MyTurf on a mobile device. Number 2, scan machine's QR code. Number 3, update assets details. Same process can be used for new assets creation or update, providing Assets Manager with even more time saving. Save valuable time by accessing up-to-date technical and parts information directly from Toro. Expand your internal training by uploading internal service repair processes directly into relevant product in the fleet. Also, you can download Toro recommended parts list for quick and easy order creation at a click of a button. MyTurf platform opens a possibility for tracking equipment availability, parts inventory, and orders. All Toro machines in MyTurf Pro are loaded with recommended maintenance schedule in line with hourly or mileage utilization. All maintenance schedules are customizable and can be adjusted in accordance with golf course operational requirements. Asset managers can track entire maintenance history directly in the assets record. MyTurf Pro provides golf clubs with an option of booking distributors' field service team in case extra help is required. As always, asset managers can manage and stay up to date with entire service operation by accessing MyTurf status dashboard. MyTurf Pro simplifies parts order process and is like any other e-commerce platform similar to eBay. Just select required parts from the drawing and add them to the shopping cart when ready. MyTurf Pro online purchasing provides golf clubs with access to competitive parts pricing and special offers that are not available anywhere else. Because MyTurf Pro is directly linked to Toro Master Parts Viewer, all online parts orders are validated by the system. In case of typing error or supersession, MyTurf will display notification, thus ensuring reduction in double handling and equipment downtime. Asset managers can set minimum and maximum parts stock level, ensuring that required parts is always available when required. As a result, service department productivity can be increased by an average of 25%. MyTurf Pro streamlines entire parts inventory management process from purchasing to stock count. This is the section where all assets information is summarized and provides golf clubs with valuable insights into their operations. The total cost of ownership of each asset can be easily accessed via 8 comprehensive reports. As a result, asset managers can make an informed decision regarding equipment for the maintenance investment. Some of the reported information can be used for comparison of assets' operational information to schedule machines rotation and ensuring balanced workload distribution. Identification of operational gaps that will help further reduce running costs and improve productivity. Easily create order shopping carts and replenish parts inventory without any disruption to your service operations. Training and professional development. Toro and its distribution partners provide MyTurf users with complete training program and help with system implementation. As part of the MyTurf rollout process, Toro distribution partners provide consultation services to align system functionalities with golf clubs' internal operations. Post-system implementation, MyTurf users can get help with total cost of ownership data analysis and development of business operation improvement action plan. So what is required is training room with large TV projector and good audio system, computers for practicing MyTurf operation, availability of participants on the day from department parts, assets, service, purchase, and operation. And the most important factor is learning mindset. So the best part of your MyTurf Champion qualification journey is that you have already completed Module 1 Introduction. The purpose of knowledge tests is to help MyTurf user to solidify operational knowledge of the system And at the end of the training program, MyTurf user will be fully equipped to digitally manage assets, parts inventory, maintenance schedule, and so much more. Toro supports its product owners with complementary training and development opportunities. As a result, golf clubs can increase operational team job satisfactions that will improve talent retention. With constant release of new technologies and products, golf clubs will be kept up to date with all the latest innovations. Toro always invests in building partnership between product manufacturing, distribution partners, and end user. We are all a team. Together, everyone achieves more. To help Toro with further development and improvement of our training programs, it would be appreciated if you could complete short survey. All participants that complete this questionnaire by the end of September 21 will automatically enter the draw for 6 months MyTurf Pro complimentary subscription. 4 lucky golf clubs will be announced in October 21. Massive gratitude to our distribution partners IPI and Search Systems for inviting me to present at the event. Both IPI and Search Systems provide excellent customer service, and MyTurf training and support is just one of them. I wanted to share with you a short video outlining the additional services that are available through Toro authorized distribution partners. Thank you all for your attention, and I hope to speak to you soon. Goodbye.
बाद में करूंगा बात. Hi, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the next panel. We've got a power-packed panel for you guys up next. The discussion topic is renovation of golf courses. And we have, firstly, Jeff Lawrence, golf course architect based in US, part of the Gary Player design team. Worked on, obviously, multiple golf courses all around the world, including Delhi Golf Course, the DLF, as well as Grade 1. Then we have Mr. Sameer Sinha, who is the MD for Kensville Golf Club, a pioneer in real estate-centric golf course development in the country. Promoter for one of the first and the best golf course real estate developments in Ahmedabad. We have Mr. John Thomas, ex-captain from Trivandrum Golf Club, who even after his retirement as captain remains as passionate as anybody I've ever seen about the club. And we have Mr. Rohit Sabharwal, ex-captain of Delhi Golf Course, the man who was behind the renovation project for the Lodi Golf Course at the Delhi Golf Club. So welcome, gentlemen, and thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. I'll start off with Mr. Sameer Sinha, if I can. I would just like to ask, to start with, Ahmedabad has suddenly over the last 8-10 years become a hub for golf and golf development. But when you started off with your project many years ago, I'm sure hardly anybody in Ahmedabad knew what golf was. So what was the idea behind the project? What was the thought process back then? What was the vision?
Thank you, Vijit, and thank you for the opportunity. Glad to be part of this panel. So yeah, I don't know what prompted us. It was, I guess, just pure passion, which is what always happens with any project that you get into. And what has essentially made it successful is what I can tell you about, is what started off as purely a passion project. But the few things that we did right was that it was a real estate play. It was not necessarily just a golf course. So from the very beginning, we knew that we were building a real estate community around the golf course, because the business model always was that to sustain the golf course, we will need a sound financial model. But the one decision that we made from the very first day was that we do not want to compromise on the golf course. So we definitely wanted to build a championship golf course. We dedicated enough land to it. We dedicated enough resources to it from the very first day. And we just made sure that the model was robust to last us for decades to come, where we would not have to compromise either on the OPEX or the CAPEX. I mean, the CAPEX that we had budgeted for, or the OPEX of the course over the years. So that was really what was what I call the sustainable way of building a golf course. But we were fortunate that we had the land. We could acquire the land that we wanted. We have dedicated almost 140 acres to the golf course, and then built a community around it. So that worked out well for us. That was the basic model. And you're right, when we did this, we were the only 18-hole championship course in Gujarat. We now have quite a few. And we were very fortunate to have worked with people like Colonel Bagga. And then we were very, very fortunate to have Jeev Milkha Singh on board. And it was his first signature course in the country. So we got really lucky with all of that. And that really put us on a platform and a pedestal on the national scene. And I guess there's no looking back since then. And now Ahmedabad, you rightly said, is quite a golfing hub. There are several very good golf courses, championship courses, at least 2 championship 18-hole courses in Ahmedabad. There are almost a dozen courses now in Gujarat. Not all of them are of the same caliber, but quite a few of them are very good.
Well, thank you, sir. We'll come back to you on that.
Yeah.
The quality of the golf course, I think, speaks for the kind of team that you had working with you. I think it's one of the most unique and picturesque golf courses that I've seen, full of character. So if I can move to Mr. Rohit Sabharwal now, sir. You were the captain of Delhi Golf Course when the Lodi Golf Course renovation was done. And it took, I think, 35 years. That was the last time when the renovation was done. So if I may ask you, obviously Delhi Golf Course with its multiple committees and a big membership, everything takes time. But why do you think it took so long for the Delhi Golf Course to take a decision to renovate the golf course? And why did it happen when it did 2-3 years back?
Well, thank you, Vijay. Thank you for this opportunity. It's good to be a part of this panel, and it's good to know that your organization is doing the kind of work that you're doing at the core level, rather than just a PR exercise, which a lot of other organizations are doing, and with backslapping and just talking and not serving any particular purpose. So I feel for it. I feel for what you guys are doing, and you're doing it at the grassroots level, which is very, very important. And that's what it is. So coming back to why the Delhi Golf Club took so long, and I think it was a series of issues related to the greens, series of issues related to not the overall layout, because we are pretty, it's a scary layout. I mean, you've got jungles all both sides, and the only thing we're missing is water hazards. But so I think it was a series of stuff that happened to the greens, and we kind of came to a decision that we will not be going to the next level unless we do something about it immediately. And I think we had one late Mr. Siddharth Sriram Chiku, as he was very well known. And he was the driving force behind it. And because of that, we really kind of, the momentum built, and, he kind of made it seem simple that, look, this is what you need to do. You need to take decisions. However, as committees go and as things happen, it took a little time. It took 2 committees to really, to put your head down and say, look, let's do it. And once we took that decision, then it was up to our president, Major R.S. Bedi, and myself to really kind of carry it through. And we kind of did it in such a way that we were very proactive, and we were very kind of aggressive with the timelines and everything else. We spoke to the membership. We communicated well. We had Jeff Lawrence come over for an interaction with the membership. So it was all kind of packaged in a well, and we worked very hard towards it, to achieving that aim. So I'll come back with more later, please. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your kind words on the association, sir. Like we know, it's a small association, but we do try and promote the game of golf and do what we can, for the promotion of the golf on grassroots level. Thank you so much for that. So now, continuing the discussion with Delhi Golf Course, I'll move on to Jeff. Fantastic background, I must say, firstly, behind you. And so
thank you.
You're the designer for the renovation of the Delhi Golf Course, Lodi Golf Course. So for the audience, Jeff, if you can start off by telling us, as a golf architect, what your thought process is when you go about such a project. What the concept was for the Delhi Golf Course renovation project overall.
Well, it started out as a greens, total green renovation, not renovation, actually redesign. So, trying to maximize the existing lay of the land, but also, improve the technical aspects of the greens from a structural standpoint, technical standpoint. So, we went about it trying to create variety, trying to keep the settings of the greens intact, but going to that next level and doing some grading, adding and taking away bunkering. So, it really was a process, as Rohit mentioned, that we go about it in a systematic way to make sure there's plenty of variety. It was a design brief to make it a championship golf course. So we did create a lot of strategy as we went through the process. But I think the benefits from a design perspective and a technical perspective is really shows today in the quality of the greens and the feedback that we're getting from a playability standpoint.
No, absolutely, Jeff. And just what do you think is the biggest change that has been made with the redesign to the overall golf course? Obviously, the strategy has improved tremendously on certain holes, but overall, feature-wise, what do you think is the biggest improvement over what you had initially?
Well, definitely, it's the green complexes. We totally redesigned the green complexes. So the green shapes, green sizes, green orientations, contouring around the green complex. All 18 holes were touched, and not in a small way. It was a total redesign. So that would be the biggest. I would say the second is, just the technical aspects to improve the overall quality of the golf course. Turf conditions on tees, fairways, green surrounds, and that was due to irrigation updates. We also included additional strategy and improve the strategy off the tee by moving and adjusting and modifying some of the bunkers in the fairways. So, but to answer your question, it was definitely the green complexes.
Right, and that's clear to see. Yesterday, during one of the panel discussions, that you'll find it interesting to hear. They were talking about golf course maintenance practices, and with Mini Birdie on the greens now. There was a talk of increasing green speeds to, somebody suggested that Delhi Golf Course should increase their green speeds to 12.5, 13. And I was like, that'll be a great, a crazy, scary thought of putting, on those greens when they're running at 13. So, yeah, but they're playing really well now. So if I can move on to Mr. John Thomas, sir, you...
Just to let you know, we actually did 12. We went up to 12 in the summer.
I think I think around there, we parted 7 or 8 greens there, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Must have been there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, John, sir, you've been ex-captain for Trivandrum Golf Club for a number of years. And obviously, the golf course is under a renovation right now. I would know since I'm the consultant there. But if it's an old historic golf club, even I don't know too much about the history of the club. So if you can tell us, I think it'll be fascinating for everybody to know. Old historic golf course like Trivandrum Golf Club.
Good evening, everyone. So actually, we go back to 1850, around that 1850, 1860. This was actually, this property belonged to the Maharaja of Travancore. It was basically his hunting lodge, and subsequently it became a golf course for his guests and friends from abroad who used to come and play golf. And in fact, I've got some very interesting photographs of the people in the attire of those days, and the caddies carrying the golf bag with dhotis, and amazing photographs of very old photographs. But the actual fact is, Colonel G.V. Raja, we have a letter dated 20 June 1966, where he referred to the course as being more than 100 years old, around 100 years old. That is one part of the history. The other major issue that we have in Kerala is shortage of land. You won't believe we are right in the heart of Trivandrum city with just 25 acres. It's a 9-hole course, 25 acres. We somehow squeeze through, play our golf every morning. And with all the politicians and when I say politicians, I mean every political party. Every political party is looking for this prime land in the heart of the city. So we were sitting ducks for the very powerful political parties. They were trying to shunt us out 50, 60 kilometers the way. Anyway, to cut the short court, got a stay. And eventually in 2010, we went to the Supreme Court. We said, come what may, let's go to the Supreme Court. It cost us a lot of money. And we won the case in the Supreme Court. The only club that took the state government, the property belongs to the state government. The only club where the members took the state government to court and won a case in the Supreme Court. And that's how it stands today. So finally, the Supreme Court said, let the government do the upkeep and maintenance, you play. 600 members have the right to play golf. But then eventually what happened is they wouldn't maintain the place. And finally, we came down to a state where many golfers stopped playing because the conditions were getting very bad. So finally, we thought of a brilliant idea. We had one of our Kerala IAS officers who was heading Sports Authority of India in Delhi at that time. So we spoke to him and said, why don't you come and why don't Sports Authority of India take over the golf club? So we'll get the political people off our back. So eventually that happened. And now the course is being run by the Sports Authority of India. Of course, the members are there. It's we don't get any money from the government. We are all self-funded, and few years ago we got some money from the government, from the Tourism Department, Government of India, to upgrade the course, and that's how Golf Design India, Mr. Vijay Nandajog, is right now on the job of the upgradation, which I think should be over by the end of next month. So that is a brief problematic area that we had during the initial years. But there's some very interesting. You see, we have a clubhouse. It's a pagoda-shaped clubhouse built around 1893. Absolute fantastic architect. And you can sit in that clubhouse any time of the day. You don't really need a fan. You get a cross ventilation both this way, that way. Any time of the day, you can sit in the clubhouse. Then the other thing is, see, we had there's a person by the name of John Douglas Rowland, who was a professional Scottish golfer, who was the runner-up twice in 1884 and 1894 for the British Open. The Maharaja had actually hired him to come and teach golf in India. That is, according to them, it says there's an article in the Scotland News article on 15th October 1895 and 25th November 1895, which states that the Maharaja had requested for the guidance of Douglas Rowland to teach golf in India for a fee of 350 pounds a year. Amazing history. I mean, this is what I got from the net. Basically, we are in a part of the country which has tremendous rainfall. It starts on June 1st and goes on till December, sometimes even into January. So we've got we are a autonomous city of 7 hills. So there's a lot of topography problem, a lot of topsoil leaching. So we had a real big issue because a lot of areas became laterite because of the topsoil leaching. And Vijit actually got in, made a lot of low points. I see that I'm already seeing the change now. A lot of lush grass has come up. Of course, we've gone for native grass for the fairway because I don't know whether the high-tech grasses will survive the Kerala monsoon. The Kerala monsoon can be very severe, and sometimes it rains for 20, 30 days on the run without a break. And you can also have another 30 days of dry weather. So that's the unpredictable nature of the weather pattern today. It's all over the world, but then Kerala also is affected.
No, I think we made the right call using the native turf there, sir, for sure. What was going to be more sustainable in the long run. We'll come back to you, sir. If I can go to Samir, sir, again. Sir, your project being a real estate centric project, if you could just, give an idea to the audience of how the golf course has actually added value to the overall project, because the overall project, I think, has been enhanced by the golf course. The overall atmosphere there is quite unique.
No, so Vijit, this entire project was envisioned as a residential community around the golf course. There would have been no community if there was no golf course. So those two are very integral to each other, and from the very beginning, and which is key to any new golf course that would be built in the country privately, is that how will you sustain the course? Because obviously green fees do not sustain a golf course, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So the entire project was designed as a holistic project, which will have the residences around the golf course, and that will sustain the subscriptions. And the other thing that we did from the very beginning was to build a small hotel and a country club on the course, which by itself was designed in a way where we could have events, weddings, conferences, which would not disturb the golf course, which was designed on the campus, but not obstructing the course in any way. And because this kind of integrated design, there are several revenue sources that we have on the facility, which feeds into supplements our expenses for the golf course. So that is how it was designed. And like I said before, because the golf course was designed with the residential community in mind from the very first day, we could also phase the project in a way where we could maximize returns over the years. So the entire project was planned in phases. We had obviously higher value for the golf facing facilities and slightly more affordable value for the non-golf facing plots of land that we had on the campus. So that was how it was planned out. And I guess we got really lucky that we were able to think ahead in those years. This is almost 15 years ago, that the model was such that we have enough. We have developed only about 40% of the entire campus still. We still have a long way to go. And hopefully for years to come, the model will be sustainable.
Absolutely, sir. I think one very good point about the overall the project that you have, although there's the project has been developed and designed in a cohesive way with the real estate and golf. I feel spectacular views from the resort and from the real estate of the golf. But at the same time, when you're playing or walking the golf course, you don't really see too much of real estate. You know what I mean? It's the atmosphere when you're out on the golf course is not like you're playing between real estate villas and housing. So that's fantastic, and I think that's a highlight of your golf course overall.
So let me just add to that, just one line on that, is that it's something that we mandated from very first day, that we will not cut trees. So even on the course, we have had to cut barely less than half a dozen trees totally. Oh. And we make it a point to plant at least 30 to 40,000 trees every year. So the entire experience is almost like playing on a jungle course. And you are right, you don't see there are hundreds of houses, but you don't get to see the houses unless you're right in front of them because of the number of trees that we have on campus.
Right. Certain holes actually feel as if you're playing somewhere in Malaysia or Thailand with the rain, inside the.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So, Rohit sir, if you've been part of probably the biggest renovation or upgradation, that has been done in the country in the last 5-7 years. As the captain, you were involved in on a day-to-day basis. I saw that personally. You were there at the office on, Delhi Golf Course office on a daily basis. So, what do you think? What, in your opinion, you think is some of the more key aspects that you need to keep in mind for a golf club of your size? If you have your golf course would start a renovation project, what are the key aspects that have that play important role in the planning and execution of such a project of this scale?
I'll give you a little bit of just a 2-line background. When it was under discussion, we talked about doing it over 2 seasons, doing 9 holes and 9 holes. And here were 2 bulls, Major Bedi and myself, who said, what are you talking about? We'll do it in 1 year. And then we talked to Jeff, we talked to a couple of other people, and we said, listen, we're going to do it in 1 year. So we broke ground on the 5th of March, 4th of March. And in October, we had opened 9 holes. In November, we opened the course. So, so I think all of it had to do with, we had a core committee which was looking after it, after the construction. We emphasized on logistics, the materials, testing, economic and the ecosystem and the long-term objectives. We're now setting up an STB plant, which we are tapping the sewage plant, and we're going to treat that water, which will give us probably 1 million liters of water a day. So, and the other, I think, most important thing was the decision making. It was well-informed and practically implementable decisions. I think, we had a lot of support from Theo and from Jeff, because we were in touch so much, and we just knew that, okay, we've taken a call, let's do it, that kind of thing. The biggest debate I want to point out here was the USGA versus Californian system of greens, because our main project was the greens. We did 20 greens. I mean, Vijit said 18, but actually we did 20. But 2 were the large practice greens, and they're huge. I mean, the practice greens that we've now come up with are huge. So this debate about USGA and California kept going on, raging for a while. We tried to put things to rest because we figured out that there is no such thing as modified USGA. If you don't have the materials which the USGA specifies, it is not USGA. It's as simple as that. I mean, it is maybe your home concocted story, but it is not USGA unless you have the specific materials that USGA specifies. So we decided in our wisdom, and of course in consultation with Jeff, with Mr. Gary Player, with DLF, that California was the way to go. So that's what we did. Now, I would recommend that when you go in for a planning of any such thing like this, don't just have a plan B, have a plan C as well, because a lot of things can go wrong or can go off schedule, despite your planning. I mean, the ground conditions could turn out to be different when you excavate. Something else could happen, so it does always happen. And I think Theo was brilliant. Jeff, if you'll agree with me, I'm sure Theo was absolutely brilliant. He was the South African guy who did DLF, and I don't think anybody believed that we would get the job done in 6 months. Not the Delhi Golf Club. I'm sorry to say this, but not the Delhi Golf Club. 6 months would never be impossible. So I think you've got to look at disruption of play. You've got to look at the season that you're doing it in. Just as Mr. Thomas just said, the Kerala monsoons are crazy. So that means the only other time to do it is off season. But off season is the time when people want to play golf. So we were fortunate that we started it March when it was just about getting very warm. Our disadvantage was we didn't have a nursery. We didn't have the grass. We were in the process of sorting it out. We did eventually, with a lot of help from again, we will go back to Jeff and Theo. So we managed to do that. And I think the end of it, we've produced a pretty good golf course, and it's a very high level and very high quality. I must say, at the end of it, everybody's playing 4 to 5 strokes off their old handicaps. So, including Vijay, don't laugh, Vijay, but including you. He came and played 7 over one day, and he says, "I've got to come back and beat it." So it's a tougher course now. It's a tougher layout. I mean, it's still got the tightness of the Delhi Golf Club. It's got amazingly challenging greens now. And yeah, it was great working with Jeff and Theo on the project. I'm glad we sorted it out. And to the credit of our then president, Major Billy Bedi, who we and I did our term together, was the fact that we set up 2 independent core groups. One was to look after the construction of the course, which was headed by me, and the other was a fundraising group. Just like Mr. Thomas said, we don't have any funding. We have our own funding to look at. We don't get anything from the government. We maintain 179 acres in the heart of Delhi. And so that committee actually raised enough money to pay for the renovation. Again, it was Chiku, the late Siddharth Shriram's idea. It was implemented beautifully, and we've got the proof of the pudding is, please come and play. I'd love to love to invite any of you to come and play, please. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, sir. I think the 2 key things that you pointed out, sir, obviously Jeff, Theo, the team that you guys put together, and very early on, you had the right people with you since the planning stage. That's I felt was very, very, very important. And the second thing that I was shocked to see was how you managed to stock all the materials even before the construction started. Nobody could imagine you could store so much sand on site. That was very, very important to execute the project in 1 year, in 6 months, not 1 year.
Some statistics. We brought in about 260 tons of sand. We started buying it in January. So it was just kind of stocking up because we knew the processes took that long. We wouldn't have been able to utilize, because the main ingredient was sand. I mean, come on, for the greens, you need to sieve it, you need to dry it, and make sure it's consistent, and and it's 14 inches of sand, which is then compacted down. So just to give you an idea of the logistics, and we're talking about the playable area of the Lodi course being about 140 odd acres. So that's a lot of land. And then added to that came the other thing, the fairway improvements, the fairway bunker improvements, the drainage, the water, the irrigation. Just give you an information that yesterday it rained 131 mm in Delhi, 131 in one day, right?
140 plus today, sir.
Just across the whole day, 131 mm. It's, if you can see beyond the mirror, it's dark and cloudy even now, beyond the window pane. But earlier in the season, one evening or one day, it rained 72 mm, one evening. Next day, the course is open for play. But tomorrow it may not be open because 130 mm is a hell of a lot of rain, and it's just crazy. But we did a lot with the drainage as well. It was it was Theo's idea and Major Bedi's idea that we just drill into the ground, create the infrastructure for the water to kind of go down, and you recharge the groundwater level. At the same time, you sort out your drainage. So all you got to do is flush that system once or twice a year, and you're good to go. And you're increasing the water table, which is very important for us in Delhi, where in most localities, the water table is down to about 250 feet. We have water at 20 feet, right? In most fairways, we have water at 20 feet. In some fairways, it's about 15 feet, 14, 15 feet. So that's again, it's like working together. It's like collaborating and making sure that you have everything working for you.
Yeah, and the drainage solution, I think,
Plan B and Plan C's, please.
And also the drainage solution, I thought, so was very creative, especially when you can't have a pond inside Delhi golf course due to whatever restrictions you have. That was probably the best that could have been done in terms of drainage solutions.
So just as I mentioned, the STP, what we're doing now is that we have border golf links on one side, and we've got government permission to tap that water. So it's actually going to convert that, purify that sewage water, treat it, and we are looking at setting up another pumping station, augment the existing pumping station, which will feed into the existing lines, so that there is no. I mean, Delhi is dry. I mean, Delhi is absolutely dry sometimes, and for a major part of the year when you need to have that irrigation. So we're kind of supplementing things. So we will have that additional capacity, so to speak. Yeah, and we're not reliant. Then we're not relying on the existing, for the quality and for the quantity. That's what it.
Right, fantastic, sir. Thanks so much. So Jeff, let me ask you. You've obviously worked around the world, with the Guy Player team and independently. You've worked in India also in the past, at DLF and Glade One. But those were private projects, one owner. So how different was it working in India at a golf club, like Delhi Golf Course, with a big membership and so many committees? So how different was the overall process for you?
Well, the process really wasn't that different from other projects that I've been involved with. Obviously, it had a couple committees, but, looking at, doing projects around the world, whether it's renovation or new, there's always a group of people that, whether you're starting from scratch or it's a renovation, it's a team effort. As Rohit said, nobody can do it by themselves. So, collectively engaging ownership and committees and experts in their field of profession, that was the key, as Rohit said, to the success of the Delhi Golf Club project. It was the prior planning up front. It was the team that was put together. It was the foresight and the outside the box thinking that, I was a little skeptical to try to get this done in 6 months, because I thought that was going to sacrifice some quality, but everything fell into place because of the team that we put together. And that, once again, that's membership, that's meetings, that's committees, that's people on the ground, that's shapers, that's everybody working together for a common goal to deliver a championship 5-star international product that that's going to last for a long time, because it was done the right way.
Right. And Jeff, if I may ask, like, when you remodeling a golf course, renovating a golf course like the Lodi course, which is very popular, people, the membership have a lot of attachment to certain features there. So as a designer, how do you balance that out? How do you go about your business, if I must say, just going about the overall concept, what you want to retain on a particular property and what needs changing. So on a golf course like the Delhi Golf Course, obviously there were a lot of vegetation, a lot of trees on the course. That was a restriction. But a lot of old features where a lot of membership I thought had some attachment to certain things, which were there. They've been playing the same golf course for a number of years. So how do you balance that out when you're making changes? You're making big drastic changes, but still keeping the character or the soul of the golf course intact.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's so important for the architect up front from day one to listen to the client and to understand what is the vision and the goal and the objectives of the club, whether it's a country club or individual owner or whatever the case. The architect needs to listen, what are the objectives, and then work with the team to develop concepts and ideas as far in the bigger picture. And then mold that into more definitive and specific design concepts and features. So, it was very clear what Delhi Golf Club wanted, through meetings, through countless meetings, up front before we even started, and concepts and ideas. And, once we hit the ground running, it was, we couldn't stop. So there was plenty of thought put into it. It's always a challenge. I would say for most architects, it is for me, is to try to design a golf course that is is user friendly for the higher handicap, but also very challenging for the better players. And that's the goal that, you know, on every design that I'm involved with, that's, you know, always in the back of my mind. How do we get and have the average player, the junior, the super senior enjoy the golf experience, but also can host a professional European tour event? And I think we've done a nice job at Delhi Golf Club that, as Rohit said, it's playing harder, but I think the average member can still get around and enjoy it. And I'm sure the higher handicappers enjoy the challenge as long as it's not unfair. And I don't think it's unfair by any means, because of the things that we implemented during the design process.
Sure, absolutely. Like Rohit sir said, you know, I played the golf course 2 days in a row. You know, shot 5-6 over my handicap the first time, and the very next day went to under my handicap. You know, so when I figured out how to bounce balls around certain green complexes, etc. So it goes on to show, you know, the strategy there is there. Once you understand what you need to do around the green complexes, you can score well. You know, so that's the entire you know, goal, I think, from your perspective.
Well, I think that's, you know, we added quite a bit of strategy to the golf course, and, you know, whether that was the angles of the greens, contours, bunker placement. So, you know, I'm glad to hear what you just said is, you know, it's something that, you know, it's going to play different every day. And that's about the enjoyment of the game and variety. So, you know, depending on where pin placements are, where you hit your drive, it's all thought about strategically, believe it or not, on paper and mind. And, you know, we make changes in the field, you know, it's trying to work within the parameters of the tree lines because we couldn't touch the trees. It was definitely a fast-paced project, and I learned quite a lot, because if you don't learn on every project, then you're missing out. But it was a great experience and a great team that was put together.
Okay, thanks so much, Jeff. Samir sir, one thing that I want to ask you is, the Kenswell Golf Club is the only Jeev Milkha Singh signature golf course in the country. So how did that come about, and you know, how did that happen? How did Jeev get involved in the project?
Yeah, so all that is all thanks to Colonel K.D. Bagga. He was the one who was instrumental in getting us introduced to Jeev. And I was pleasantly surprised when we discussed the idea of doing a signature course in Ahmedabad. Jeev was very, very open to the idea. And I think he brought great value to the course. He said something very interesting when we were designing the course. And this was a couple of fairways had already been built when he came on board. And he said, it's very easy to make a difficult course. It's difficult to make an easy course. And he says, you want to build a course which members can go home feeling good about their game, and then be able to tweak it just enough to make it into a championship course for the 4th day of the final tournament. So, and that's what we ended up doing. So he actually made us, we had made it actually a little bit too difficult when we were planning it, just in the excitement of making an interesting course. And he actually made it a little more easier for the club golfer, for the regular member to come in and get a good round of golf and win some money before going home. And which was very, very valuable, I think, which has really added to the value. It is a tight course, as you've seen it. It's a long course, one of the longest in the country, and we are surrounded by trees. So you cannot really go left or right too much. So if you're getting penalized for a good shot, then that's not a good thing on a course like this. So which is really valuable. What Jeev was able to add was very, very insightful and very good, which has stayed with us all this time.
And although you said Jeev made it easier, it's not an easy golf course, you know.
Well, then you can imagine how bad it was there.
It's not an easy golf course. Most the qualifying school for the PGTA, a number of years, and the feedback from the pros is it's a enjoyable golf course, but extremely difficult also.
No, but so what Jeff said is very, very interesting also about this course. It's the same thing. It's the strategy. You play the first time, you find it difficult, but as you play a little more, it's all about course management. You will use every club in the kit on this course, and it is all about course management, pretty much like VGC, I guess.
Right, lovely. So John sir, very quickly, we've almost run out of time. with the updations that are happening at Trivandrum, you've got an interesting golf course and an interesting setup with the SAI involvement there also. So overall, what do you think are the biggest changes that are going to happen to your golf course, and how is the involvement of SAI helped that out also overall?
Well, the only issue that I am a little worried about, there are a lot of people coming and seeing the course right now. There's a big rush for membership. And I think we're going to have a real tough time in controlling the crowds coming in.
Well, that's nice to hear. That's a good problem to have.
Yeah, it wasn't a problem we had earlier. We had about 25, 30 people playing in the morning, a few people, and same 30, 40 come in the afternoon. But I think right now I saw 5, 6 youngsters, young girls coming in. I asked them, was it because of Aditya Ashok? He said, yes, we saw her, we saw her. So this is bound to happen. And I'm only a little worried whether we can fit everyone into a small course like us.
Right.
I suppose we have to give way to the youngsters coming in.
We must, sir. I'm sure you'll manage somehow. Right, gentlemen, thank you so much. We've run out of time. We could have gone on, I'm sure, for the next hour or so also. It's such a power-packed panel. But thank you so much for your time. And we'll see you next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jit. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hunter Industries has one of those great American foundation stories. Founded by a father and son in 1981. In the 1990s, Hunter developed a line of sprinklers for the golf industry. The G500 and G550 were designed to maximize efficiency in both water application and power consumption. In 2001, we changed the game again with Total Top Service Rotors, or TTS, the first ever golf rotors with patented total top servicing of every serviceable component. This no-dig solution was a true golf industry innovation, appreciated by golfers, management, and especially the superintendent. Later, Hunter introduced rotors with decoder in head, or DIH, capabilities. Their exclusive flange compartment provides the first ever capability to house decoders within a golf rotor. In 2010, Hunter's DIH rotors introduced the exclusive Total Top Programming, or TTP feature, allowing inductive wireless programming of the decoder without disassembly of the installed DIH rotor. Hunter Industries, built on innovation.
Hi, are we ready to go?
I'm ready to
Yes,
go.
sir.
Should we start, or is there another commercial that's going to play?
No, I think others are logging in.
Okay.
No, so everything's set. We can start.
Okay. Okay, great. Good evening, everybody. And I guess we've got a very fundamental topic today to discuss on the grassroots development of golf. You know, what we need to do in this country to build the base of the pyramid, all important question. And I'll quickly, I mean, most of my panelists need no introduction, but I'll just run through anyway. Of course, Arun has been there on virtually every panel as either a speaker or moderator or observer. And he's the principal architect of the show, along with another principal architect, Indrajit Bhalotia. But Indrajit, of course, is also better known as a very accomplished coach and, heads Pro Touch Sports in Calcutta, has been running golf academies in Calcutta for probably more than a decade now. Romit is based in Delhi. So Romit is the president of the Professional Golfers Association of India, as well as the founder of Romit Bose Golf. And of course, Tarun Sardesai is joining us from Bangalore. Hi, Tarun. Tarun runs the Tarun Sardesai Golf Academy at Zion Hills, about an hour outside the city of Bangalore. So good, we've pretty much got the country covered, I think. And we hope to, what I'd like to do, I'm going to ask a basic set of questions, which I'd probably like each of you in turn to address. So rather than, there's no doubt that we need to grow the base of the pyramid. I think that we don't need to debate that point, right? When you grow the base, then obviously you elevate the entire sport by increasing demand and the number of golfers. So let's not, labor on that point. Do we need to do it or not? I think what we need to do is to figure out, where are the opportunities and what are the challenges that we face, and what can we do to actually increase the numbers at the base? Is it mostly talking all about juniors, or should we also talk about adults? We have a peculiar problem in this country because some courses are overcrowded and there's no space for new people, right? But there's other courses which are terribly underutilized, right? So there is capacity to grow and hopefully generate demand. So, with that in mind, let's address the problem, that we have, that yes, we need to grow the sport, but what are the challenges facing us and how do we go about, overcoming those challenges? So that's going to be the basic question for all of you. I'd like to start with Arun, and of course that will, lead us to other points of discussion. And please, if somebody wants to make a point, just raise your hand and, you can say something even out of turn, no issues. And then of course, we'll take some questions from the audience at the end. And you can put those questions in the chat. Yeah, so Arun, why don't you start? Let's talk about the challenges we are facing. What are the opportunities and how do we overcome?
I think the real challenge is the number of people who play golf is very, very limited. If you don't increase that number, it impacts every facet of golf, including media. I mean, when we complain about media coverage not being very, very good, we have made golf into a certain amount of isolation. We have grown in isolation and we have kept it restrictive and we have kept it elitist. So there are 2-3 things which need to go. One is the elitism. One is it's an old man's game. And what is also more important is that not only people should play, people should become aware of the game. It is not necessary that you become a player. I mean, at least you should start understanding it. And I'll take an analogy with cricket. Cricket is a very, very complicated game. Or for example, basketball is not easy to understand for people who don't play basketball. But cricket has been simplified because of various reasons. Maybe there was better TV coverage, maybe there was better popularity. And once it got simplified, you suddenly saw people playing golf in every way. In my personal view, it is a fallacy that golf can be played only on an 18-hole golf course. And to give you an example of Japan, I think is the second highest number of golf courses in the world after US, something around 5,000. But they include 2-hole golf courses in their statistics. So golf can come in all shapes and sizes, There should be resort courses, there should be 18-hole courses, there should be championship courses. There should be normal standalone facilities where people from areas who get intimidated by golf, they can also come and learn the game or at least understand the game. So I think the basic challenge is to create this awareness and create smaller things into places where you are scared of going. In fact, I think the trouble is, if you take NCR, for example, everyone thinks NCR has got great golf courses and it has got great golfing population. But if you look at a golf courses which came up in the NCR region, in the satellite towns, they have always been challenged for business because people don't want to travel that far. So these challenges are lesser in smaller places. The distances are lesser. Affluence is going up. I mean, I think you're talking about demographic advantage of this country. 50% of the population is less than, I think, 40 years old. So you're talking about demographic advantages. You're talking about increasing affluence in smaller towns. With COVID having come in, people working from homes, a lot of them are techie who've gone back to their smaller towns. I think there's a market there and which needs to be tapped. And you can only overcome it by creating a huge amount of awareness of the game. And just to add one more thing, GIA, Golf Industry Association, commissioned a study, I think 2 or 3 years ago, and they did find some encouraging signs. I mean, they did find that golf was growing. But the point is golf growing as much as other sports, or is it growing at lesser pace? So that is something which we need to address.
No, that's a good point, that obviously the opportunity is quite great now in tier 2 and 3 cities. And probably we're sitting at a very good time in history. And I'll quickly shift to Tarun to hear from him, because in Bangalore, you have this, you have this problem where the courses that are outside the city, they don't have enough people coming to the ranges and playing on the course, especially on weekdays. And then you've got the city courses like BGC and, KGA that are just, they're not even letting kids play these days. I mean, that's a shocking truth. But I'm told that today the KGA are not allowing juniors to play on the course. I mean, my mind was blown when I heard that. And, I think it needs to be the other way around. We need to throw away the oldies and reserve tee times for youngsters, right? But anyway, Tarun, maybe you can tell us a little bit about, the interest that has arisen because of the Olympics. And, what do you see as the opportunity, especially in your area in Bangalore, and what are the challenges we're facing? How do we overcome? I think let's try to focus on solutions. We know there are challenges, but let's try to figure out what are the solutions.
Yeah, I think, just to take what you said forward, I mean, kids don't get to play today. It's pretty sad. Can you really blame the golf clubs? I don't know, because they're also got a huge membership who also wants to play. And then you have these kids coming in and, although they may be the next stars of the game, don't find a place to play and, eventually, of course, are leaving the sport. But I think grassroots, I think growing the game at the grassroots level is great. But I think, honestly speaking, I've got a different approach in my head. I would work from the top down. If you see what Aditi did for golf, just by playing 4 rounds of golf for the Olympics and almost winning, I've got some 20 phone calls from parents of young girls who say, can we get them started? I'm talking about girls and boys who are 4 and 5 years old, right? I'm not even talking about, and the adults obviously are following suit, because, you get your kid playing golf, the parents will obviously always kind of attempt to play the sport as well. So I think what we need to do is we need to create more superstars. So I think the overall development of the sport in terms of developing champions has to be looked at first, right? You've got the badminton federations looking after badminton and the BCCI looking after cricket. Why don't we work from the top down? Let's create 10 more Aditis, 10 more Anirban Lahiris, and 20 more Shubhankar Sharmas. And then suddenly everyone's winning, more youngsters are winning major championships, or there's more visibility out there. And then kids are obviously going to have more idols in golf. Today, we don't have that many idols, in the sport. Now,
so Tarun, I just want to interrupt you with a question. If we get so much interest in the golf and so many kids wanting to play, where do they go? Is there space for them?
Yeah. So funnily, there is space. It's just not in the cities, and I think people need to learn to look around a little bit. And of course, parents need to be willing to also kind of make that little effort to find that that space for the kids to go out and practice. Like where we are at Zion Hills, or even if you know of the new driving range in Bangalore called To the Tee. They've built a fantastic 25-acre facility which is open to to everyone. And I think we need more facilities like that, all over the country. But the grassroots is suffering. There are lots of reasons. One is, of course, you have facilities, a lack of facilities, but then also you have a huge lack of good teachers and coaches, right? I mean, you look at the system in its entirety, has to be looked at, because, if you don't have kids who are getting better, who are enjoying their training, who are, they stop playing after a while. So the attrition rate today, I think worldwide, is almost about 60-70% for kids between the age of 13 and 17. It's because they just aren't enjoying the sport anymore, and they're not getting good enough. But funnily, every kid who starts the sport, by the time they're 9-10 years old, they want to be the next Aditya Ashok or next Anirban Lahiri. The problem is that how do we keep them playing the sport? How do we keep them progressing? And how do we create more superstars? In my opinion, what Aditi has done, if we can keep doing that every Olympics, you will have 10,000 more people jumping into the sport. So let's look at how we can develop the next generation of champions. And of course, I know I'm speaking from perspective of a coach here who wants to see more champions out there. But I really believe that, we can work the top down here, because, we've already got a whole bunch of players. We've got a whole bunch of juniors, beginners, intermediate players, adults, and kids alike. What can we do to help them, achieve their dreams and goals, right? Facilities is for sure, coaching, funding. I've not seen any program in India yet for golf that's fully funded, right? Why is that? So somebody needs to come in there. I think the IG needs to look at this seriously and say, hey, you know what? How can we get maybe 200 crores put into the development of the existing golfers, so that we can have Olympic champions and more Olympians out there who will then be the idols for all these kids. Because I know today, all the girls want to be the next Aditya Ashok. All the 5 and 6 and 7. I had a 4-year-old kid come to my academy. He hit a good drive on the first hole and he says, you know what, Paris, I'm coming. Right? He's 4 years old, but he's thinking Olympics. Right? So, I think for me, Rishi, that's where I would look first. We've got an existing pool of golfers. What can we do to help them? And then the grassroots, I think, will be a spillover benefit of creating those ideals and those superstars.
Got it. So what you're recommending is that, and it makes a lot of sense that if we have superstars, naturally it's a pull effect, and that'll just pull kids into the game and pull interest into the game.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody wants to be Virat Kohli or the next Yuvraj Singh. Cricket is huge.
So
right?
I will come back once I speak to Indrajit and Romit. Once we hear from them, then we'll come back to Arun, because Arun can shed some light on, what efforts, who can actually go about, growing the sport, like what you said, is the IGU going to go out and get some money from the government, or how do we go about, expanding the appeal of the sport? So Indrajit, I know you have, you're in the city center now, so to speak. Tollygunge is in the city center. Royal is, pretty much in the middle of Calcutta now. You can't say that they're out of town. And you've got a problem, I think, with a range and an academy that's, spilling over. Am I right? So tell us a little bit about what you see happening in your city. So much demand for, kids coming in, and how are you going to handle it? Is there something being planned where you can grow and accommodate more kids?
More than the city, Rishi, I just wanted to make a couple of points about growing the game. I think golf in India is always going to be an aspirational sport, and it's going to be very, very tough to make the game very popular. Now, the main reason is if you look at the golf courses, I think 99% of them are private clubs or they're army clubs. So restriction in, if someone wants to start golf, I think there are only 3-4 public courses in the country. If you can count them on your fingertips. Couple in Delhi, maybe the Hyderabad, which is a semi-private, semi-public course, HGA. And there may be, I'm not too sure, but I think it'll be less than 10.
Definitely.
Out of the 300 or 400 golf courses. Most of the golf courses that are built in the country are all high-end, either with a real estate or with a huge budget, which are very private kind of clubs. Access to army clubs still are very, very limited. So today, if you want to play golf, how do you play golf? Unless you have a lot of money. So golf is not a rich man's sport. It's made into a rich man's sport because today you can't play. Even if you want to be a member of Tolly, you have to wait for 14 years now. You want to play, you want to be a member of Royal, you have to probably, pay 15 lakhs to become a member. So Delhi Golf Club, I think, is 25 years wait list, something of that sort. So today, where do you go and play golf? I think the only way we can make this game a little more popular is to have driving ranges and, like AK sir said, to have little golf courses, not very expensive ones where people pay and play. In America, you can go and play on a golf course in Washington. I remember went with a friend and paid some $10 to play a round of golf. It was just like a park.
Right.
Not a great facility, but you could just go and play. So unless we have opportunities, there is no chance of this game growing. Where a club, which is a private club, can accommodate 200 juniors. After that, where do you go?
Yeah.
So that, I think, is the biggest challenge.
Yeah, that's the biggest challenge, especially in a city like Calcutta, which has really only 2 courses, and then there's one army course, really.
Yeah, so, there is a course in Eco Park, but I don't think it's really picked up. People are scared to try golf because people think that, okay, my son will go for 3 months, 4 months, then where does he go? So, I get questions like, after 6 months, where does my child go?
Yeah.
And honestly, even I don't have an answer at times, because after 18, the kid has to spend money to become a member unless he's brilliant and he's top 10 in India or something and he gets some playing rights in Royal or somewhere else. He has nowhere to go after a point.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. That's a challenge, especially in a city like Calcutta. But, probably we'll come back. Arun made the point that, the big cities may be very difficult, but maybe we have to look for the growth opportunities in tier 2 towns or, cities that have the capacity to absorb more golfers. So let's move now to Romit. And Romit is sitting in Delhi NCR, and he's the only smart guy who's sitting on a golf course, it looks like, at this time of the evening, right? So Romit, tell us, fortunately in NCR, we now have, we have a public course. There's another public course being built. Gurgaon has 2 absolutely top-class, world-class driving ranges with, like one has 90 bays, one has 40 bays. It's actually, paradise in terms of comparing to, most other cities. So what do you see in your area? Do you see a real interest now? A lot of kids coming into golf, and what are the challenges to, get more of them in and retain them?
Well, Rishi, where I'm sitting right now, I'm sitting on a public golf course, which is Kutub Golf Club right now. I'm sitting here only for the fact that I'm extremely busy. And I came out just for this 1 hour because I've been booked from the morning, 8 o'clock. I've been at the range on the course, and again, going back over there till about 9:30. So
right.
The thing is, and it's packed. There are about, I think, 40 odd bays and this chock-a-block full.
Right.
The thing is, this golf club is ideal for what we're talking about here. It's like the right mix.
Yeah.
Now, what's happening also in City Fort is we're coming up with a 50 bay driving range, which is a double tire. And also, as you know, Phil Ryan is building a 9-hole pitch and putt, which is world class. So I went and saw it, walked around. It's got huge greens, 2,000 square feet greens, big bunkers, all the kind of undulations that you need to practice short game, pitch and putts, 60-yard shots, 80-yard shots, something which is great for public to come into the game. So I think there are opportunities, there are places where people are actually investing and getting into the game to get into the sport. And I believe that it is picking up. We're a little slow, of course, like everybody over here mentioned, not everybody is a member of a golf club. And that's the biggest restriction, because a non-member, where do they go to play? Because if they have to go to Calcutta, there are 2 membership golf clubs. Where do they go? In Karnataka also, so everything is membership. You can't go and just walk into Eagleton. You can't just walk into KGA. Or Bangalore Golf Club. You can't do that, even though those cities are vibrant in golf. They're like bursting at the seams with golf, but new people cannot enter the system. So here we need to create much more of these standalone facilities. Definitely, like you said, tier 2 cities, get them interested, because a lot of people from tier 2 cities come into Delhi now. And Skyline, even Harmony, I wouldn't say they're tier 1 completely, but there are a lot of other guys coming and playing the game. They're coming and learning the game. And we are actually getting a lot of good junior golfers, even, as you said, adult golfers who are coming in, who've been sportsmen in their life, given up basketball, cricket, active, They've been through their jobs. They're about 30, 35. They're coming to the sport and supporting the sport, which is great. And so I think there's a lot of interest. And like Tarun said, after Aditi, we need to introspect what we can offer. Number one, how can we grow the game? Like you say, hashtag Grow Golf India, which I keep using for a lot of my posts on various social media. My main motive is to figure out one green fee for a child golfer in India. Why do I have to pay 2,000 rupees on the weekend for a child to play on a golf course? Why do I have to pay a 400 rupee entry fee into a driving range just for a guy to hit balls? Forget about the coaching fee, which is exorbitant after that. I mean, that depends on the level of coaching he wants. But there needs to be a program in every single golf club with open arms, welcoming juniors to come in and play. Not only juniors, maybe adults, maybe ladies who want to join the game. But this is what we don't have. So if you actually put a white paper in and actually take a note, which I've been doing, of which clubs actually have programs and do let people come in, you'll find that the number is very, 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 very minuscule. There are not many clubs. If you even go to Chandigarh, not everybody can go into a club. That's why they use CGA, because that's a public facility. Everybody can go in over there, practice, play, whatever. So that's why Chandigarh has been producing a lot of these new kids. And where do they play? They play into junior tournaments. So there are about 12 of us doing junior tournaments everywhere. And those become the playing areas for these kids. They don't get to play a regular round. They don't even know where to go. So there are 6 tournaments in a month now by different junior operators. And the kids use those as paying green fee and competing with other kids. That's exactly how they're playing the 4 balls. So there is no club. Like when you and me grew up in Royal Calcutta Golf Club, we used to have junior golfers can book a tee time on that diary that we used to have. And we used to write over there 12 o'clock on Sunday, and they used to say, okay. So that was the respect given to a junior golfer at that time by Royal Calcutta Golf. I remember that very distinctly in my memory. As a junior member, I used to get priority, not even priority. I used to get prime time if we put in our names on that diary, on that register. And that is something, like you said, everybody should book some tee times for outsiders. Yes, I know membership is very crucial for every golf club and stuff like that. But why not? Like Zion Hills, where Tarun is, they can say, okay, we have 3-4 balls every weekend for junior golfers. Come and book, or some new golfers. If every golf course starts something like this would promote. I feel that it would promote. It, like over here, you called me also as a president of PGA, which I took over this year, for the simple fact that this is exactly what I wanted to do: grow Golf India. The project that we've embarked on at the PGA, I'll share it with you, that we've been passed and approved by the board now. One is we've gone into education completely, not only for teaching pros, but also for club managers, club fitters, stuff which are ancillary to the game. There are a lot of guys over there who are in travel media who don't know anything about golf. We are creating areas where they can come and learn. So that is one thing we are doing. We are making club fitters. Today, there are only 5 club fitters in the country. 5.
So Romit, sorry, can I just ask, because this is an excellent initiative that you announced, what the PGA of India has embarked on. So where can somebody go to get more information? And if somebody in the audience wants to join one of these programs, how do they do it?
So what we are doing, we've put in chapters everywhere. We've got a Telangana chapter, we've got a Gujarat chapter, we've got a Karnataka chapter, which is comprised of top teaching pros, basically. So what they are doing, they're going to manage a squad of 9 people each. So they're going to play against each other every month and mentor those squads. It's a PGA mentor system, basically. So besides the education system, we've got a PGA mentorship system where even a club manager, a guy who's running maybe a booty golf and country club, is managing his own squad. That's how we are planning it out. So this whole thing has been now passed. It's going to be implemented in another 1 or 2 months maximum. So we'll actually see a lot of growth in small cities where, you can be in Maharashtra. There's a small 9-hole golf course, which a guy called Ranjit Kakkad uses. Okay. We can have 9 kids coming out of there, and they can compete with the Maharashtra boys or the Pune boys, or, so there's a little tour that we are planning also. And this is all Texan Scramble and 9s format. So like Arun said, we're doing it in 9-hole formats. So we don't need an 18-hole golf course. We're not going into 18-hole golf courses. We need only 9 holes. And it'll be just a 9-hole for these kids. It'll be Texan Scramble, basically a mix of alternate shot, Texan Scramble, and team play, 4-ball, better ball. So that is the way we are formatting this over 2 days. And I think it's going to be very encouraging for a lot of kids to be mentored by the PGA members everywhere, and this is what they can give back to the game. And they've willingly agreed, all of them, So we're putting in something. It's a self-sustainable system. We'll go out looking for sponsors, but in the meantime, we don't really need it. It's a self-sustaining model, because junior golf also has money coming in from the people who are actually coming into golf. So it's not that we need funding, and we can always put out for someone who's underprivileged or someone who needs it, someone who needs help. We'll put out that money for them.
Right. No, that's great to hear that initiative, and I'm sure everybody in the audience would like to support that system as it develops. And I think this is something that needs to be inclusive. The more people that get involved in it, the more it can take off. So the all important part about funding, and obviously there's one problem which you've identified very, very pertinently, is that it costs parents an arm and a leg for their kids to play on weekends. On weekdays they've got school anyway, so it's difficult to play more than, say, 5 holes in the evening. But weekends they're paying 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 rupees green fees, which is a bit sad. But let's talk about funding for actually growing the game and helping produce more champions. So Arun, you've had great experience in this area, working with Sports Ministry, SAI, with the IGU, etc. Do you feel there is actually some sort of pathway that can be opened up now with the government to actually start releasing funds into golf? How difficult is that going to be? Is it possible?
It is not, if you're talking only about mentoring few people, something like a national squad,
right?
Government, the Sports Authority of India, government through Sports Authority of India will give enough funding. But sometimes what happens with golf is that we tend to be disrespectful about other sports. We tend to think that a wrestler is less of a sportsman than a golfer. And we tend to focus on the peripherals. For example, a government official will always ask, why is a golfer has to stay in a 5-star facility when other sportsmen can stay in Sports Authority of India hostels? Just a small example.
Sure.
So you got to be realistic about government funding, because government is not in the business of elitism. The government is in the business of spreading sport and whatever they have to share it among different sports. That being there, ultimately they will share it with all sports, and wherever, like for example, Aditi has brought golf into the fore, so government will be more conducive to it. But let me also tell you this, that few years ago, about 5 or 6 years ago, when Mr. Injeti Srinivas was the sports secretary, golf was in the priority list. In the last Olympics, when Anirban Lahiri had gone, golf was taken as a medal sport. It is not that golf was neglected by government. It is a misconception, because we suddenly think we have this disdain for politicians, we have this disdain for bureaucrats. A lot of them are not golfers. Golf is a slightly differently complicated game. So is basketball, so is cricket, so is everything else. None of the games is less complicated than golf. But we have this disdain that what will this bureaucrat know? Unfortunately, reality is that the bureaucrat you have to explain it to the bureaucrat. The reality, tell you some statistics, while we may be doing very, very well. I think, if I'm not wrong, in the popularity index, golf is 26th in India. And
by what parameters?
In the popularity statistics.
But popularity is measured by what?
This was done by Harish Bijur.
Okay.
In which he said about the awareness among people. It ranks 26th. I think it was also with numbers, and it was also with number of people.
So maybe awareness, yeah.
Now compare it with another game which is equally elitist, tennis. Tennis was also played in clubs. Tennis ranks, I think, number 6 or number 7. While I agree with Tarun that we need to have certain amount of top-down approach, there you need role models. But at the same time, if the role models are few and far in between, they will not have impact on growing the game. You need ultimately also a bottom-up approach. You need to make this game inclusive. And what Romit was saying, I agree with him. You got to make the formats interesting. If you keep doing the 72-hole stroke play for 9-year-old kids or 10-year-old kids, they will burn out very soon. Only few will remain.
Yeah, so, no, there's no doubt about it.
And there's enough literature to say that unless you make it fun for kids, kids don't last.
Sure.
Roger Federer being the biggest example, actually.
So, all the parents and the kids of champions, that say that you've got to make it fun, and that's how the kid stays interested. And the point right now, which I wanted.
Sorry, let me come back to another point. When we talk about bottom-up approach, I don't think it's so much about funding, it's about attitude. What Romit and I think Indrajit also said, it's about attitude. You want to be welcoming new people rather than creating barriers. So when you have the so-called elite clubs, they serve a purpose of networking, they serve a purpose of having golf there, having championship golf courses, but they also act as barriers to introduction of game to the new people, whether they're adult, whether they're ladies, whether they're this thing. You take hockey, for example. Hockey, despite winning the bronze medal, has lost some popularity in India. But if you take women's hockey, it has gained popularity because women have suddenly found an avenue to express themselves. Golf can similarly focus a lot more on women, for example. It's a very good game for women. And by women, I don't mean that they should be only for the upper crust who can pay that $4,000 or $10,000. It should be included for ordinary girls of this country. That's how hockey for women grew. And that's how cricket grew ultimately. It was a Maharaja's game.
Right. No, there's no doubt about that. I guess what we're trying to figure out for the audience is that, is there a policy already in place with the Sports Authority of India and this Ministry of Sports, which the IGU can tap into to release funds under an existing policy? We're not talking about trying to convince politicians to give golf more money than other sports. I think that's unrealistic. Golf has to fit into an existing policy.
So I think I was not clear when I talked about golf being the priority sport in the last Olympics. I don't know about this Olympics because I was not involved with the government that time. But when golf was taken as a medal sport, so which all were the sports that time? Athletics, hockey, wrestling, boxing, golf, and I think one or more sport. The moment you come into the middle prospect sport, you have a higher allocation in the top scheme. Top scheme, you got to be included in top scheme. Now, where you have, and they were included in top scheme. So the trick is to get people like Aditi into top scheme. Also, the trick is to have the parents and Aditi or anyone else for that matter to bear with the bureaucratic process. You got to be at it. It takes time. It's slow. You got to provide documentation, etc. Unfortunately, our top professionals are so busy in playing their schedule, and it's also a lucrative schedule. So they sometimes lag behind this. But TOPS is the scheme which is available for any medal sport, and TOPS is about individual. Like Neeraj Chopra was a TOPS athlete,
right?
And so are other medal prospects. So people have to go to the ministry and get these people into TOPS scheme.
So is this done by the individuals or is it done by the federation?
See, federation has to definitely coordinate, but primarily the Sports Authority of India has a say in this. They have a TOPS cell.
So the individual should approach, like Aditi's parents should approach directly. They don't have to go through the IGU.
No, they don't have to, but IGU should help.
Right. Okay. Now I'm just trying to understand the mechanism so that, tomorrow somebody can pass the word to Aditi's parents, because probably they don't even know.
Top scheme comes into the Olympic year, and it's always meant for the next Olympics. So it's a 4-year cycle.
Right.
And when you come into the top scheme, the individuals apply, but federations help.
Right. And obviously, you have to show your credentials. So it could be Aditi, it could be Anirban, it could be other people, and they have to show why they're a medal prospect.
In Rio Olympics, they were approved 30 odd lakhs. Right. Unfortunately, golf has a culture of prize money. So when you're given a prize money is given to you immediately after you produce that result.
Yeah.
Whereas in this particular case, there was a lot of bureaucracy, and the 30 lakhs, I think they only got 5 or 6 lakhs, but it was approved for 30 lakhs for them.
Okay. But that is just an individual. It's a very narrow scheme, but it's good to know about.
Yes.
It's good to know about. But are there schemes where the government is supporting other sports at a grassroots level, like hockey, promoting inter-school hockey, or giving money for districts to pay coaches to bring more kids into hockey? Does the government have those kind of grassroots schemes as well?
There is yes, they have. There's only one federation in India which really does an all India level inter-district, that is athletics. And please understand, athletics is headed by Adil Sumariwala, who's a former Olympian himself.
Right.
And Rishi, since you have been a former champion yourself, it will be instructive to see some examples from athletics into other sports.
Okay.
Angel Mary is the designated president for the next president. She's
That's
again a
great.
former Olympian, world championship bronze medalist. She declined the presidency for 2 years. She asked them that she will not be able to take it because she had some personal commitments. So athletics has at least shown some way that some of the top Olympians are not so hungry to occupy a position of visibility. I won't say position of power, it's position of visibility. Athletics is the only one which does inter-district at all India level. But every other sport, most of the other sports actually, do state, and states do inter-district. Unfortunately, in golf, state associations are paper bodies.
Right.
They do not have a district representation at all, because in golf we think that the golf clubs are enough to promote the game of golf. And just now what Romit was talking, and I think Tarun also mentioned the same thing. In many ways, golf clubs are restrictive for very valid reasons. It's not that it's not a criticism, for very, very valid reasons. They have pressures of this. And where I was saying that you should go to tier 2 towns, etc., you go to Bangalore, there's a BML golf course in Kolar, empty. Why can't it be played by beginners? I mean, every golfer does not have to play in a manicured golf course. Every cricketer in Bombay did not play in Brabourne Stadium.
Right. No, I mean that's a good point, and I just had a question for Indrajit quickly, because in Calcutta, besides the two the main clubs, RCGC and Tolly, there's the Fort William. So have you, Indrajit, and this is that makeshift club in the Maidan still operational, which was called the Ladies Club, which was kind of is that operational, Indrajit? You have to switch off your mute.
Yeah, it's very seasonal, Rishi. So the ladies golf club is normally in very bad shape unless, that December, January, February months where they kind of look after the course. But there is a driving range and a 9-hole course by the Fort William inside the race course. So
is it? Right.
Yeah. So that golf course, it's basically run by Fort William.
Right.
But because it's outside the army premises, they're a little more open, and the Bengal Golf Association is doing some activities there. So that is one option. And Eco Park is there. Eco Park, I don't know exactly what the status is now, but Eco Park is a private driving range with a few holes.
Yeah.
So those two are there. The Ladies Golf Club really doesn't do much at the moment. And of course, Fort William is there, but I think the access is a little restricted there.
So, Indrajit, have you ever approached anybody in the army or had a conversation about?
Yeah, so we are talking. See, Bengal Golf Association is now pretty much handling most of the golf for the army. So they are basically we've been talking to the race course, and we do a few events there. It's very basic, but it's a very long 9-hole course. There are a couple of par 5s which are 600 yards. And it's very basic, but it's nice. And the driving range, there are some issues where you can't cover it because, the VIP helicopters land. They have their challenges, but overall it's a decent place. And I think that probably will be another place other than Eco Park where somebody in Calcutta can go out and play.
So somebody has just posted, Pratik Puri has just posted that Eco Park is operational. So, we were discussing it. So it's good to know that it's operational. And this is great news about a driving range and a short course inside the race club. I think, that's an untapped area of using the middle of the race clubs. There's been some talk, I know, in the past that...
it's very similar to Guindy.
Right. Okay. So they built a proper golf course, is it?
It's a proper golf course. Like I said, there are a couple of par 5s which are around 600 yards. So it's a long 9 holes. It's not a short 9 holes. It's a long.
Nice. Yeah. There's been talk even in Bombay at the Mahalakshmi race course, which is right opposite Willingdon, about building a driving range. But for some reason that has not taken off. But that's a good possibility that in other race courses around the country to open driving ranges. I think that's a great opportunity. Could be in Bangalore as well. They've got a fabulous race club, in the heart of the city. Some other cities as well. Mysore is the golf club. So, is there any golf in the race club in Mysore? Arun,
yes.
Anybody know? Tarun might know.
Yes.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a good way. But just because we are getting so many kids coming out of the army background, like Shubhankar, Anirban, they're all from army background. So
at the army courses, are they at least encouraging their own officers' kids to come and play? Because they don't open it to civilians, right?
I'll answer that.
Okay.
See, defense courses have got a peculiar thing. One is, of course, restriction of civilians for various reasons. And mainly it's because of exploitation of government land for commercial reasons. That's the basic problem.
Sure.
But golf courses in services are officer sport. So
Right.
leave aside civilians, they do not allow their own Jawans also to play. You
But
may
do
have
they let
one
the
or-
officers' kids play?
Yes, officers' kids play because the membership structure is just like Delhi Golf Club. If
Okay.
you're a member, an officer is a member, so his son or daughter can become the dependent member.
Right, right, right.
So
Okay.
they have that advantage.
They have that. Well, I mean, if anything, at least if we could get 150 army kids playing in every army golf club, that would still, throw up some talent, right? So
Certainly.
I mean, have any of you had experience with maybe proposing such an idea to the army? Romit,
Yeah, I've
Tarun?
done that. I went to the ASC golf course a few times, and but I think they made it very clear that it has to be approved at the center, and then it comes down from there. So they had no real power to take any decisions as such. Just to take forward this. Sorry.
No, sorry. Are you talking about allowing out civilian kids in, or allowing
No.
officers'
I was
kids to
talking.
play?
I was talking about just starting a development program for the army kids.
Oh, okay.
Right. Which of course we would run. So
Right.
there would be a small commercial aspect to it.
Right.
But it's purely for the army kids, and we were looking at very subsidized coaching rates, but just basically having a coach there who can kind of, develop the interest in the sport. But I think, taking forward what the discussions have been going also, and, we keep talking about growing the game and, growing the base of players. There's still no place for everybody to play, right? So if you have a driving range and you create 10,000 new golfers there, they can't play anywhere, right? So what are we looking at? I mean, we're talking, so grassroots growing of the sport is fine. I'm all for it. And someone said about getting golf into the schools. You'll create 10,000 players in a year if you start a schools program. Where will they play? They'll leave the sport, right? Unless you create a new sport, which is, let's say, golf, which is played in a football field, right? Using maybe snack golf tools and things like that. So we're still at the stage where we don't have enough space for the players to play, which is why I was talking about developing the existing players who already are there. And now let's take a club, for example, like KG or BGC or whatever. And I think maybe there should be a mandate from the government to say, hey, you have to have a minimum, 200 player junior membership, right? Because the land is actually owned by the government, right? And then they say, okay, fine. And then you're talking about booking slots for players, right? That should be done by, I think the pressure should come from the government, right? So then that's how they get to keep their land, right? Because the land is leased by so something like that may put some pressure on them to say, okay, fine, we need to open our doors to more, like, I know golf courses who have like Tolly, I think Idris has over maybe 250 players, but are all of them getting to play? I don't know. Or, and so while we're doing a great job, and the NGI is doing a great job, and the PGI is doing a great job of growing the game and creating new golfers, they are stuck after a while, right? They don't know. So if you're talking about growing the base, we have to grow the base of courses also. Again, that comes to, hey, man, that's a lot of money that needs to go into it, because just building a golf course, maintaining a golf course, it is not easy for anybody today, right?
No, that's understood.
Tier 2 cities should be leveraged. And, I think, like I said, if it comes from the center, if the sports ministry said today, we want to create 20,000 new golfers in India because we want an Olympics medal, not in the next 4 years, but in the next 12 years. That's where it should start for me, right? And then start building the facilities, put the coaches in tier 2 cities, pay their salaries, give them security that, they will have a job for the next 10 years, right? And also develop the ancillaries around it as well. Like, kids who get into the sport, create an education system. Someone was saying take golf into schools. I'm saying take the schools to the golf courses, right? Why not, let's say, a classic golf course or Tarudan Valley, have a school built there by the government, right? So that kids can study and just walk to the golf course every day and play on those courses which are not utilized, and have a special rate for them, as Romit said, for juniors, right? Because if you take it to a city school, like say, there's so many schools in Bangalore, I can easily get you 1,000 players in the matter of 1 month. There's no place to play.
Right. Well, I mean, one problem we always face is that we keep thinking about the government should do this and the government should do that. And that's not, that's a very long haul, and it's probably not a road that we should plan. I think we need to figure out how the golf community, like Advertising Standards Council of India, they self-regulate advertisements that the that industry puts out to the public to make sure that they meet certain standards of truthfulness and objectivity. So why can't the Indian golf community come together and say that we are going to ensure that all our courses reserve 5 tee times every weekend for the juniors to play? Why do we need the government to come and tell us that? I mean, isn't it common sense? All our committee members at the big clubs are very intelligent people, but probably nobody has pushed them. Nobody has pushed this point hard enough. I don't know. Tarun, Indrajit?
Well, I've pushed this point a lot. And, we become
Dolly and
enemy
Royal,
number
you
one.
face this. Sorry, what's that?
I've pushed this point a lot with a lot of golf clubs, right? But they turn around and will tell you that, hey, listen, Tarun, you're asking too much. We can't do this because it's just not possible, right? It is not possible today. You cannot convince a committee member of a golf club to go against the general body, right? If you can do that,
so we need to drive awareness of this need so that the general body tells the committee to do it, right?
Yes.
The average golfer should become aware enough of the need that junior golfers are the lifeblood. And I think this is the moment, right? With the Olympics and Aditi as an example, that we should all get together and start an awareness campaign which convinces club members to tell their committees that we want you to reserve 5 tee times every weekend for the team.
Rishi, just add to this, it's very difficult in a private club to convince a committee that why 5, even 3 tee times, like a club which is very busy, whether it's a KGA or a Royal.
But Indrajit, would you really say that the Royal Committee would refuse such a request? On what basis would they say no? How can they say no?
Well,
there are no tee times available.
Rishi, the members who are paying 6,000 rupees a month subscription, plus you're paying 15 lakhs to become a member of a club. So there are challenges, but I think the approach should be a slightly different one. You have 90 acres or 100 acres of land in the middle of a city. I'm talking about the busy golf courses, right? And there are only 500 people who are making use of it. So someday the government's going to come and tell you that, hey, listen, you've got 100 acres of prime land and just 500 people are enjoying that space. So we want 20 acres back and you keep 70 acres for yourself. So the clubs also need to realize that we need to...
That can be a double-edged sword.
No, but we need to make the clubs aware that you also have to have a program where you develop the sport, where you build champions, try to build Olympic champions, so that you justify that space that you are occupying. So it is actually there are certain clubs which have actually been threatened with the land being taken away by the government, and the clubs have actually put forward this reason that we are promoting the game. If you're not promoting the game, the government will say that if the government says I want 10 acres of your land back, and we will pay you an X amount of money, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think definitely, the onus comes back on the clubs, and I hope there's some influential people from clubs listening on this panel, or at least after this, people can go back and talk to their committee members and talk to other members and create this awareness of this need, so that we can, release tee times for juniors on the weekends, as well as, open up the club like 1 day a week for non-members kids to come in and learn and stuff like that. Some time ago, there was this initiative called the India Learn Golf Week, which tried to drive this awareness, at least, amongst various clubs, and it did succeed. I think even a very close club like Willingdon actually instituted a program where they could allow juniors to come in and learn golf. So those kind of things can happen within the organization. So Arun, you wanted to share something?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a short point. I mean, this is something what all three of them are saying. But I think what we need to do is be innovative, change the formats of the game, maybe have sharing of the space with other sports, maybe have smaller golf courses, which Indrajit alluded to. I mean, no government is going to grudge you 10 acres or 20 acres of land, but they're definitely going to grudge you 150 acres of land in a big city.
Right.
You go to a city like Agra, which is a big city. You go to Agra Golf Club. You can walk in anytime. Any kid can go and play. But no one has exploited it primarily because we also don't have good coaches in that city.
Right.
Someone like Tarun who does a lot of thing, or Romit or Indrajit, people who do a lot. People are not there to create this awareness in these places. You can go to Agra and walk in any time of the day. You can have 500 kids playing there every day. Everyone will welcome them.
Right.
When we're talking about some of this arrogance and some of the restrictions, it is only in very, very popular metropolitan golf courses, with the history where membership comes with certain amount of pride.
Right.
And sorry for taking another half a minute. If you take some of the ancillary facilities out of these golf clubs, the membership will drop and golfers will get a membership. Very difficult. It will not happen. But even a club like Delhi Golf Club in summers, you have tea times available from 12 to 2 or 12 to 3. It's not that you can't have. So you got to be innovative. You got to think differently than what we have thought for last 100 years.
Okay. So I think, we are running out of time. I'm just going to ask Romit to say one final thing. I know Romit has a point, but we can't get off the subject without talking about attempts to interest schools in golf and inter-school golf, which I'm sure Romit has had some experience with. So Romit, why don't you take us a little bit through that and what you want to say, and then we'll wrap up the session.
To answer your question, Rishi, I did dabble into school golf and training at schools, and I still have a running academy at a school in Delhi, in Noida. And it's a fantastic project, but the school supported it a lot. This is Genesis Global School, which is Mr. Pontichadda was the founder of, and his son has continued that tradition. And, but it has to be an effort from the school side to put in artificial surfaces, to put in driving range mats, stuff like that, or simulator rooms. Everything has to be put in by the school. It can't be an operator like me putting it in, because we can't really charge a lot. Sure. We have to maintain 2 staff members. We can't charge a lot of money either, so the schools are there, it's willing, but as long as it's a win-win for the school has to come in. The school has to put that project, or a private player has to put that money in, but the private schools are the only ones who can do it. And, and inter-school golf, yes, I did run an inter-school league for a while. Very interesting. A lot of people came in, but again, the problem is exams and stuff come in, so you can't run a league through the year.
Sure.
So it becomes difficult with examinations, IGU tournaments, cramp in space. There's no space. If you really want to schedule junior golf tournaments today in Delhi, I would be lucky to find 2 weeks free from today to December, because there is no space. Everybody's just blocked up space. Everybody's doing a tournament. IGU's got about 12 tournaments announced in the next 12 weeks. So we don't know where we are going. But coming back to that point, you're absolutely right. We must drive in this thing of getting kids to play at golf courses. We must get them into the system. Otherwise, it won't happen. And the other thing I can assure you from my side, as president of PGA, we will definitely create the PGA mentors to drive this whole thing together. Because like you said, if it's a small club in Orissa, I will make sure that the PGA mentor who's there is adequately informed and educated to drive that program. Because that's where it's going to come from. Rishi, you and me know at the first touch, it's the most important touch. So if we can get the guys in at that first touch, we half the battle is won. And then the clubs come in with the other half of the battle. And that's where we're headed. Yeah.
And I think we should not forget recreational golfers. I mean, everything on excellence will not work.
Absolutely.
So you need to have recreational golfers. That's how the base will grow. Every cricketer in this world, this country, was not Sachin Tendulkar.
True.
Guys, I know we are all so passionate about this subject. We can carry on for another hour if they would give us time, but we've run out of time now. Tarun, you seemed like you wanted to add a closing remark, and then we'll sign off.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're hosting the South Zone Junior Golf Tournament, which is next month, right? And so George, who's the promoter of the club, has actually closed the club for 5 days, 2 days for maintenance and 3 days for the thing. Now, already the small, minuscule membership that's already there is starting to ask questions like, why is he closing the course? Why does it have to be done? Right? Obviously, we decided that it's going to be done. Now, do you think George can continue this tradition when the 18 holes are ready and it's a popular golf course? Maybe because this is a private club and he can take a call because he's the boss, right? And KJs who are dependent on the membership and their votes, it's not easy to do something like that. But I've always had this idea that why not in every city we have a 9-hole golf course only open to juniors and people under 21 years old, right? Not anyone else. I mean, I know recreation also is an important thing that Arun had said, but why not? Let's get innovative. Let's have every city has one 9-hole golf course only for kids or maybe national level players, or so that it's only that crowd that's there and they have a place to go, right? And recreational golfers, I do believe we need to create a space for them as well. And why I'm saying this is because I feel even the recreational golfer today, who's a top corporate guy, gets a chance to play. It's the junior who's suffering, who gets kicked off the first tee box and sent home.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, guys, thank you so much. It's been, I think, a very stimulating session. We're all ready to get out there and, and hit the next committee member on his head, drive our point home. But we're going to sign
Just
off now.
one more request to
Vijit.
Vijit and his team. When he gets such a passionate panel together, please give us at least 3 hours, not 30 minutes.
So,
next time, 2022.
Yeah. So thanks very much, Arun, Tarun, Indrajit, Romit, and thanks to everybody who's put the show together. Really enjoyed it. Thanks
Thank
for
you
sharing
all.
it.
Thank you all. Thanks, Rishi.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Rishi.
Arun, sir. Thanks, Indrajit.
Enjoyed
Thanks,
it.
guys.
Enjoyed
Thank you,
it.
Tarun,
Thank you.
Romit, and
All right.
Vijit.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Arun. Thank you.
Bye.
Host has not given permission to start. ऐसा कर या
Hunter Industries has one of those great American foundation stories. Founded by a father and son in 1981. In the 1990s, Hunter developed a line of sprinklers for the golf industry. The G500 and G550 were designed to maximize efficiency in both water application and power consumption. In 2001, we changed the game again with Total Top Service Rotors, or TTS, the first ever golf rotors with patented total top servicing of every serviceable component. This no-dig solution was a true golf industry innovation, appreciated by golfers, management, and especially the superintendent. Later, Hunter introduced rotors with decoder in-head, or DIH, capabilities. Their exclusive flange compartment provides the first ever capability to house decoders within a golf rotor. In 2010, Hunter's DIH rotors introduced the exclusive Total Top Programming, or TTP feature, allowing inductive wireless programming of the decoder without disassembly of the installed DIH rotor. Hunter Industries, built on innovation.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. We have a panel discussion on overview of indigenous golf products. We live in an era where Atmanirbhar Bharat has been a slogan and it has been a practice, and we would like to see more indigenous manufacturers manufacturing golf equipment in India. Primarily, golf itself is considered a legacy of the British in this country, and we seem to think that quality machinery can be available only if it is imported from abroad. I have a very, very strong panel for this. Brigadier M.J.S. Bains, an engineer at heart and a golfer in day-to-day life. He started manufacturing indigenous machines many, many years ago, and a lot of his equipment is available in golf courses across the country. We have Mr. Vinod Goyal, who's CEO of AgriCare Corporation. He also deals with certain amount of machinery which comes from abroad. We have Mr. G.S. Mani from Kodaikanal, very well known for organic treatment of his golf course, a promoter of indigenous equipment. And we finally have Ranjit Kakkad from Aurangabad, who runs a smaller golf course, and he always thinks that indigenous manufacturers are required so that the cost overruns are lesser. DIG Pushpendra Singh Rathod, of former champion in World Police Games, developer of many golf courses, developer of many golf courses, and he has recently opened a golf course in the desert city of Bikaner. He again is a proponent of using indigenous equipment. So we will discuss with these gentlemen about what is the progress in indigenous equipment, what is the necessity, and where do we stand vis-a-vis international equipment. So let me start with Brigadier Bains, who is a pioneer in creating indigenous equipment in India. Sir, you have been here for many, many years, and you must have had challenges and you must have had opportunities. What do you think is the future of indigenous golf equipment in India, or are we going to continue to import from abroad? Because I don't think...
Right.
Brigadier Bains, can you hear it? Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Right. I got into this industry 25 years back, right? And I have been facing a lot of challenges from every aspect. But over the years, I have not given up. My equipment has improved. Those who are the users can speak better for me. And right, yeah. So yeah. So the challenges I had, or let me put it like this: the last 2 years have been the most challenging years of this 25 years I have gone through. And that is basically, I won't, everybody says because of Corona, but I won't say that, because neither I nor my staff nor my workers, we stopped for a day. Somehow we managed to continue working, right? And that was itself a great challenge. But what is being very, very difficult for us to manage is the uncalled for a rise in prices of basic materials. Like I'll start basic, like mild steel. From 40, mild, it is used in everything, in car manufacture, everything and everything. And MS sheet, can you imagine, from 40 rupees, today it has jumped to 70 and not stopping and going towards 80, right? How do you think the indigenous manufacturing can last, right? Second is the labor. I used to employ labor at rupees 5,000. Today it's rupees 20,000 per month, right? And then electricity, no transportation facilities. All problems now are combining and getting on to for the manufacturers.
Can I interrupt you a little bit, sir, and ask you a slightly different question?
Yeah.
Most of the golf courses and most of the golf course owners think that the good quality equipment can be only imported equipment. Do you agree with that? Or if you think the indigenous manufacturing is as good, if not better, or it provides a better cost quality ratio, so what would you think on that? Do we have metallurgical problems?
Well, Arun, in the whole industry of what I have seen in this country, I shouldn't be saying I am the only one, but I can't think of another one who can manufacture the machines, the quality machines, as that of imported machines. And the reason is that most of these manufacturers are not educated. The highly educated people, they go to other industry. Somehow golf was very close to my heart. So having particularly my strength is these tanks, the AFVs, and since to maintain a tank or to overhaul a tank, you did require a lot of engineering skills. I took on to this thanks to KD Vaga, right, which I'll talk a little later. Therefore, there are not many manufacturers who can produce equipment which are as good. But today, I feel my equipment is ahead of the imported manufacturers. I'll give you the one reason. When I said to design a machine, I design it as per our environments. Okay, very important. I see the kind of operators we have. I take into consideration, will they maintain the machine or will they not maintain the machines, right? And make the design as simple as possible so that they can maintain the machine. And above all, the biggest advantage those who use my machines have, that the spares can be sent to them the moment I get a mail. It is easily available, which is not so with the imported machine. Rather than me talking about my machine, I think it's better if you ask Mani.
I I will ask some.
I mean, they're the people.
We'll get there, sir. We'll get there. But what I also wanted to add about what you said, there were also a lot of garden equipment manufacturers in India, in Punjab, in other states, etc., who somehow their machines were used in basic golf courses. Over a period of time, I think our golf course managements have decided to disincentivize those people. So they have also gone away from the golfing scene. But let me take your suggestion and come to DIG Rathore. You have just opened a golf club in Bikaner, which has got a sandy environment. Maintenance of machines must be difficult. So what do you think about indigenous versus imported machines?
Good evening to everybody. Actually, I've been listening debate earlier also. Shinarayan and you people were discussing about the golf future in India. I was highly impressed with that debate. At the moment, I'm standing at the international border of Pakistan. I was able to get this sand dune there. On top of it, I'm standing here with my vehicle lights on because I had promised that I will definitely attend this seminar. Golf is my heart. And I could manage to get signal here. Otherwise, I could have gone. Nearest town was 50 kilometers from here.
I think golf is now your profession.
So I'm really thrilled to be here in this to be in this seminar, and I'm actually in for it. The indigenous machines, Brigadier Bains and people are making in India. I'm grateful to them. In fact, not because without them, I could not have maintained or developed these 7-8 golf courses in the last 15 years, which I have developed. And I'm really grateful to Brigadier Bains and others who are making these machines in India. Otherwise, impossible for us people, small people, I mean, small budget people like us in BSF. We have limitations, you have to understand these. And the moment I talk to these Brigadier Bains and all, I must have purchased many machines from Brigadier Bains for the last 15 years. And recently, this golf course, which I've developed, and it is all because of the local made, Indian make machines I'm developing and maintaining this golf course. And rightly what he said, that you can, one call, I can send a boy from Bikaner to Delhi and collect them spare parts or blades or whatever. And our boys are also very comfortable with these machines. They know how to handle it. It's easy to handle. And imported machine, when you get it, of course, first of all, I'm not saying they are excellent machines, but you need a lot of money. And we were talking earlier in the debate that we have a lot of crunch of funds. Government doesn't give you funds. You have to develop a golf course. How to develop a golf course? We don't have money. Like, for example, in Bikaner, I had no options. I had only 6 lakh rupees in my kitty. I requested my DG. I said, look, sir, I have developed these greens, but I need a machine. And thank God he gave me 6 lakh rupees. And I got a green cutting machine from Brigadier Bains. And I'm really for this, that we should develop these kind of facilities and low-cost machines for our golf courses in India. And I'm lucky because I have got around 25 members. I've given them membership in 1 lakh rupees, a life membership to civilians. And they're all enthusiastic. People are coming daily. And now they are asking, sir, we need more membership to the golf course. In a desert city like Bikaner, we have such a beautiful golf course we have developed. So I fully agree with this, that we should have a local.
Can I interrupt?
Sir, I'll come to you later.
Can I interrupt just for a moment, Pushpinder? You have your greens which you have developed are as good as any, would I say, DGC or classic greens. Am I right? That's what people have.
Yes, I'm proud to say that. Yes.
Can I?
And the Greenmore which I have given you is the latest which I have developed, and same as money.
Can I come in, sir? I think
yes, sir.
We all appreciate DIG Rathore's work, and we appreciate his appreciation of the indigenous machines. But I think there's a lot of happy client thing going on. So let me go to Ranjit. Ranjit, I don't think you're a client as yet, so I don't know whether you're happy or unhappy. So what do you think about indigenous machines or machinery? Do you think we need to improve more, or we need to have more availability?
Good evening, everybody. We are using both the machines. We are using Indian machines. We are using machines which are made in Aurangabad, and we are also using Toro Toro machines also. Now, all these machines have got their own place. We have recently shifted to Toro because of its own reasons. But I have my different point of view when it comes to indigenous machines. Now, there is the golf course is a very large area which has to be maintained. It needs multiple of machines and multiple applications as well. It's not just greens, it is not just fairways. There are roughs also which has to be maintained. And so requirement of machines at the golf course is multiple. So what I would like to suggest for this panel from my point of view is that one is that indigenous machine requirement is there. It should be customized to our Indian requirement as well. I feel that small cities require smaller hand tool kind of machines also, which we don't see, which is not being catered to this industry, which is the golf industry. It is general machines which has to be jugaad type. We have to use it at the club to remove a particular area of weed or those kind of hand tools, machines which can be developed, customized to our requirement. So that is one scope I feel which is there in this in this industry.
Yeah.
Secondly, I also very strongly feel that all those imported machines which has been available in this country, their spare parts can be indigenized so that the overall cost of maintenance of these machines comes down. Because end of the day, if we want to compete globally, we will require those kind of standards also at the green, particularly at the green level. Fairways, we can fairly maintain with Indian machines. I'm quite sure about it. But I would like to suggest these three particular things in my concluding that indigenous machines, particularly in hand tool areas, should be developed, which should be customized to our requirement of golf. Spare parts which are required continuously for maintenance, those can be developed in this country. And we are definitely, with Brigadier Bains, I think, having the kind of machines, we are coming very closer to what is being available by imported machines as well. So over a period of time, we'll see a lot of Indian machines also being exported from this country. But at the same time, we need to really upgrade our standards so that we can actually compete at the global level. And we have seen in defense manufacturing, so much of defense products have been indigenized now, and the golf equipments are not that difficult. This is what my take will be. So let me hand it over to you, sir.
That's good to know, Ranjit.
Arun, before you come in, Arun, very pertinent points raised. Most of the people in the golf industry, they are not aware of the machines which are available to them through, would I say, M&M consultants. Now, therefore, I need help from your side, from GCS and MII, that you please kindly prepare a list of manufacturers who are manufacturing what. Like as far as the fertilizer are concerned, we know nobody can be better.
That's a good point, sir. It may not be a comprehensive thing, but we'll make an attempt.
And that should be circulated to all, that these are the machines available with M&M consultants. This is a machine available.
No, that's a good suggestion, sir. We'll take that. That's a good suggestion. And let me come to Shankar Mani from Kodaikanal, the cheese king of India otherwise, but also plays golf every day of his 365 days in a year, and has got this fascination for using everything indigenous in his golf course, which is maintained very, very well. So, Mr. Mani, what do you think about indigenization of machines?
In the first place, I would like to give my appreciation to GCS MII for conducting this wonderful seminar. And based on the kind of work that we are doing, I would like to invite all GCS MII members to visit Kudi to come and see the new kind of work that we are doing. Number two, in terms of machinery, I would like to clearly mention that a club like ours, which is hardly used, but still we have 350 members to sustain it. is thanks to Brigadier Bain's support that like a machine to cut a greens is 1/3 the cost of an imported machine. And the performance is almost on par or even better. Maybe the weight is increased by 1 or 2 kilos, but then the cost factor completely covers the whole investment portfolio. At the end of the day, that's what is important to a club of our standard. Though our club is 125 years old, we still are facing the sustainability of a golf course. We have many issues, but it requires a lot of financial management
Thanks, Mani.
to sustain this golf course. The
Thanks, Mani.
members look at the bottom line that you sustain.
Thanks, Mani.
Am I
No wonder
audible?
Kodaikanal is a successful golf club.
The end of the
because you
day,
look
the
at bottom
members
line.
are yeah, I'm the honorary secretary of the golf club for the last 30 years. And like the club has grown over its period of time, thanks to people like Brigadier Bains who have sustained us. These machines have been impeccable as far as I'm concerned. It has really served its purpose. And in the recent past, we have sourced a couple more of his machines, and my staff have been incredibly happy with the performance of the machine. Now, besides being 1/3 the cost of the imported machine, the availability of spare parts is fantastic. All you have to do is call his office, and within 3 days you have the spare parts in your workshop.
That's good to know.
And that's what we need.
Mani, can I take a minute?
I beg your pardon?
Can I take a minute?
Hey, please.
I think it's quite apparent that you're very, very happy with the indigenous machinery and you're happy with the service thing. And that's exactly what the experience was of DIG Rathore. But we have another person sitting in this panel who markets different kind of machinery. And he does not seem to have that kind of support in this panel, and he's feeling left out. So I think I need to go to Mr. Vinod Goyal and talk about indigenous machines now. Vinod. You need to unmute.
You're on mute. Unmute कर लो.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं इस पैनल में बैठे चारों लोगों का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं, मनी साहब का, क्योंकि कोडे कैनाल के जो हमने इन्होंने होस्ट किया था सेमिनार, दैट वाज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट सेमिनार बाय GCCMAI एंड हिज हॉस्पिटैलिटी इज मार्वेलस. ब्रिगेडियर बेन साहब जिन्होंने इंडिजिनस मशीन्स के लिए आज बोलने के लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म दिया. राठौर साहब जो बॉर्डर पे बैठ के, आप क्वेज देखिए कि सेंट जून पे बैठ के जीप की लाइट में ये हमारा सेमिनार अटेंड कर रहे हैं. और रंजीत सर जिन्होंने कि औरंगाबाद में एक गोल्फ कोर्स बनाने की सोची. मैं हिंदी में बात कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि लॉट ऑफ ऑडियंस वांट अस टू टॉक इन हिंदी. व्हाई इंडिजिनस मशीन्स ओनली? एवरीथिंग इज पॉसिबल इन गोल्फ बाय इंडिजिनस, इवन ग्रास, इवन केमिकल, एवरीथिंग. मेन इंपॉर्टेंट बात है जो ब्रिगेडियर बेन साहब ने बोली कि वही इंडिजिनस मटेरियल गोल्फ कोर्स में दे सकता है जो गोल्फ को समझता है, who is an expert who can understand what the golf wants. आपको गोल्फ को बहुत लोग ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने कॉपी किया है कि हम इंडिजिनस मशीन देंगे, हार्टिकल्चर प्रोडक्ट्स को देते हैं, हमारे केमिकल्स में देते हैं, बहुत कुछ है जो इंडिया में देके कम कॉस्ट के ऊपर गोल्फ कोर्स को सर्वाइव करने में मदद कर सकता है. लेकिन उसमें इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हमें राइट टाइप ऑफ केमिकल और उसका रिप्लेसमेंट या राइट टाइप ऑफ मशीन और उसकी रिप्लेसमेंट की बात करनी पड़ेगी. रंजीत सर सही बोलते हैं कि भाई ऐसी मशीन जो कि हमारे जरूरत के हिसाब से मदद करे. देखिए सर, ये पक्की बात है, कुछ ऐसे टास्क हैं गोल्फ कोर्स में जो कि इंडिजिनस प्रोडक्ट से मेकअप नहीं हो सकते. मशीन मान लें या केमिकल मान लें या कोई भी इनपुट मान लें. इवन गोल्फ एसेसरीज भी हैं जो कि इंडिजिनसली मैन्युफैक्चर होती हैं और गोल्फ कोर्स में दी जाती हैं. जितने आर्मी के गोल्फ कोर्सेज हैं उसमें गोल्फ एसेसरीज इंडिजिनस चलती हैं. अभी मैं आपको एग्जांपल दूं कि जब कोविड का टाइम आया तो गोल्फ को कप में से निकालने के लिए इंडिजिनसली एक टूल डिजाइन किया गया एंड इट वाज वेरी सक्सेसफुल। सब कुछ संभव है, लेकिन बस एक तो क्या टाइम, कॉस्ट और राइट टाइप ऑफ प्रोडक्ट की बहुत जरूरत है। मेरा सब अपना एक्सपीरियंस इंडिया में मशीन्स तो ब्रिगेडियर बेंस की एक एक्सपर्टीज है। हमने इंडिया में केमिकल्स को बहुत रिप्लेस किया है इंडिजिनस केमिकल्स। वीड कंट्रोल में हमने इंडिजिनस केमिकल्स को वीड कंट्रोल करने के लिए बहुत रिप्लेस किया है। फर्टिलाइजर्स में हमने बहुत ऐसे प्रोडक्ट दिए हैं जो टफ ग्रेड प्रोडक्ट्स हैं और इंडियन या तो इंडिजिनस हैं या वो एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर के प्रोडक्ट्स हैं लेकिन टफ ग्रेड हैं, हमने दिए हैं। पॉसिबिलिटी ट्रमेंडस है, आपस में कोऑर्डिनेशन की और ट्रस्ट करने की जरूरत है और एक्सपर्ट लोगों को ही इसमें आने की जरूरत है। मैंने देखा है सर कि मशीन्स में भी लोकल जो हार्टिकल्चर मशीन्स हैं जो कि जालंधर या कहीं और बनती हैं और वो या मायापुर में भी बनती हैं अड़ोसी पड़ोसी में, और वो लोग गलत मशीन देके पूरे इंडिजिनस सेक्टर का रेपुटेशन को खराब कर देती है।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच, यू आर सो राइट। बेच देते हैं and they call lawnmower is called a green mower. It is as bad as that, and people suffer. And they say, then they say, India में बन ही नहीं सकता. And that's my request to the president. If you could just, I mean, not advertise, but let people know that there are people who manufacture like you, who give you the best fertilizers. I mean, even you have to be.
Let me go to Mr. Mani for a very important discussion. Mr. Goel, Mr. Mani, Mr. Goel is very appreciative about your hospitality. So we are all looking forward to a repeat performance. So I hope it will happen very soon.
I have
Money at this age.
I've already said.
Okay.
I coming for a visit back to my town.
We will be there.
And all on me.
We'll be there.
To do is land up in Coimbatore and I will handle the rest.
Thank you very much. It's not for nothing that you're Cheese King of India.
Yeah, true. I agree.
So, shall I go to DIG Rathore for a brief comments? Do you face different challenges in Bikaner with your machinery? And do you think it is better for you to use indigenous machines rather than a much more maintenance intensive machinery from abroad?
Definitely, sir. We, to be very frank, we can't afford to have imported machines.
No, let's.
I mean,
the point which I was making, should you be able to afford it? But with so much of sand and so much of more maintenance required, do you think maintenance of indigenous machine is easier than some of those imported machines?
Yes, sir, definitely. We can have as you said, low cost gang mower. We have tractors in border security force. You see, being in a government, we have certain things with us. So with the help of local made low cost machinery, we developed this golf course much better. We have a sand-based complete sandy area, and we have a green mower. We can use gang mower to maintain the fairways. Of course, we have a limitation. We can't have big fairways, broad fairways, but we have a limitation. Okay, we have developed a fairway of say around landing area start at 150 yards and above, beyond. So your ball lands if less than 150 yards, you'll be in the sand. You'll be in bunker basically. So it's a challenge for us, of course. But so far we are able to do it, and we are grateful to local maker. And of course, we are looking to buy even an imported machine. If in future probably we may have a budget, we can go for a machine which will be good for us in future. It all depends upon the fund position, of course. And thank you very much for inviting me for this forum. And looking forward to meet you again.
Thank you very much, sir. And let me inform you, Brigadier Benz is not very happy with your plans of him buying imported machines. and I'll come to Brigadier Benz because he seems to be the only manufacturer of indigenous machines.
No.
I think one of the reasons why indigenous machines, as you pointed out, why they did not become popular was not being equal in quality. not being productive enough to produce the same results. So what do you think, what do you do to maintain that quality? Because since you have a fan club on this panel, so obviously that fan club is there with a reason. So what do you think is an impediment, or what do you think that quality can be maintained? How can you maintain that quality?
Listen, Arun, the test or the is, I mean, it lies how well or how correctly or how fine the cut is on the green. And I have, I mean, it's not correct for me to say, Mani has 4 imported machines. And Mani, tell me, is there a difference between the finish of my machine and the imported machine?
Sir, may I come
No,
back
no,
to my
no.
question?
Now listen, it's a very, today I am saying repeatedly at those who are listening that today my green mode is way ahead than any imported machine, not only in the cut, but in handling the machine.
No, my question is slightly different, sir. I mean, someone like Ranjit Kakkad, who is buying some local equipment from Aurangabad, which may not be good quality. How do you ensure good quality? Is the metallurgical capability available in open market to provide the blades which compete with other similar machines? We are not doubting the quality of the machines. I'm asking, how do you maintain that quality?
Now, Arun, let me tell you, this quality is not something magical word. It comes with every step you take to bring in the high quality. See, firstly, the most important thing is when you buy a material, it has to be of a certain specification, right? Like it will be EN9 or EN31.
Is that material easily available in local market?
Very easily available. Okay. And then what I do, I mean, there's no need for me to discover the cycle, right? So I tested the bottom blades of the imported machines, right? And I saw their material, right? But I didn't copy. I went for a better material. They use EN9 or EN22. I've gone for EN31. And my blades, when I gave it to my own friends who were using the imported and they used my blade on their machine, they said it is same quality, if not better. So I do reverse engineering, but I always improve it to basically suit our climate. So the Mani, you have not answered my question, or Pushpinder, is the cut of my machine same, or I think Mani can answer that better since he has imported machines. Mani.
Cut is the same. And what I want about, like I had bought a Ford from Brigadier, and when last year we bought a new mower, the old gang mower is still working, and it's working absolutely efficiently. Now, what is wrong with this? I mean, the quality of this machine is superb. I'm very proud that, like, he's making machines like this. I can't afford running a small club like.
Sir, we'll be running out short of time. We got to.
I am not. 1 minute. I'm not sort of trying to. But today my green moths are way ahead than imported green moths.
So let me come back to you again. We are not doubting the quality of the machine. We are here to promote indigenous development.
No, 1 minute. When you were the secretary of DGC, I had brought my green mower to you, and I showed you that I have put a scraper on the front roller, which all the Malis from the DGC used to come to run to me, and they said, on this front roller, kya hota hai ki jo droppings of the
So we are running short of time. So we are running short of time.
And it was you who said that's where I told you that I'm designing machines for our own climate and our own this thing, right? But over the years, I have improved. Yeah, but
That's good to know, sir. That's good to know. But let's go to Vinod Goyal, sir.
finally, you have to give me 2 minutes what I want to say after you finish.
Okay, please go ahead, sir.
No, first you say whatever you want.
No, I just wanted to go to Vinod Goyal because he wanted to say something, and I think he's in a hurry.
At the end, I'll just say.
With the machine also, and I want to add one thing. मैं आपको एक खास बात बताता हूँ कि जैसे हम लोग का मशीन्स के साथ में है, मशीन्स में चूंकि इतनी बात हो गई है तो मैं उसमें कुछ ऐड ऑन नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि जितने इंपोर्टेड फर्टिलाइजर्स हैं उसमें एनपीके के साथ माइक्रोब्स का कॉम्बिनेशन आजकल ट्रेंड में है। तो जो स्लो रिलीज फर्टिलाइजर रिकमेंड किए जाते हैं ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड, जिसमें कि गोल्ड सुपरडेंट काम करते हैं, उसमें माइक्रोब्स की वैल्यू है। ये वही माइक्रोब्स हैं जो हमारे जीएस मनी साहब नेचुरल फर्टिलाइजर से कोडे कैनाल को मेंटेन करते हैं और वो कोई केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर यूज नहीं करते। इन माइक्रोब्स का बहुत ज्यादा प्रोडक्शन इंडिया में खूब होता है और वो इंडिजिनस प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, और यदि उनको इस्तेमाल किया जाए केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर के साथ तो वही प्रोडक्ट बन जाते हैं जो कि इंपोर्टेड हाई वैल्यू प्रोडक्ट्स हैं। तो इसी तरीके से हर सेगमेंट के अंदर इंडिजिनस का बहुत स्कोप है, स्कोप की कोई कमी नहीं है और परफॉर्मेंस में कोई फर्क नहीं आएगा। केवल फर्क है कि वहां पे फॉरेन में चाहे मशीन हो चाहे मटेरियल हो वो टर्फ लेवल्ड है, और टर्फ लेवल प्रोडक्ट्स वहां बिकता है, प्रोडक्शन में आ सकता है क्योंकि डिमांड बहुत है। यहाँ पे भी जो मशीन्स फिर भी इंपोर्टेड लेनी पड़ती हैं, उसकी वजह क्या है कि हमारे यहाँ डाई का खर्चा ज्यादा है, इतनी मशीन बनाने के कॉस्ट नहीं आती। मोटा मोटी यदि हमारे यहाँ गोल्फ कोर्स में डिमांड बढ़ेगी तो इंडिजिनस प्रोडक्ट सभी प्रोडक्शन में आएंगे और सस्ते भी मिलेंगे और बेटर भी मिलेंगे।
Okay, thank you, Vinod. Let's go back to Brigadier Bains. I think he wanted to give his closing comments.
Yeah, no, not a closing. I think it's a comment.
Finally, I'll close it, sir.
Closing to my life. Me and KD, I don't know if you know, we were together in a school and we studied in the same class for 11 years. And then, of course, he went to Corps of Engineers. I came to Corps of EME. And while he designed courses, he encouraged me to go in for the indigenous machines. Now, my humble point is that today I'm 93 years old. The machines I have designed and supported by Mani and Pushpinder, they are world class, right? But there's no one to take over the factory. My kids, they have their own way of living life. But I don't want this hard work to go waste. So my request to the president and all members are, if they could find some keen golfer, a good industrialist, I would like to pass it the whole industry to him so that this could continue. Thank you.
We'll definitely do whatever we can, sir.
And I don't have many years to live. So Arun, can you please hurry up?
No, I think we'll definitely do it in the next 50 years.
Shut up.
So I'm quite surprised, quite sure the next 50 years we'll be able to do it because that's your residual life, I'm sure. But or maybe more. But I think as far as the panel is concerned, it has been unanimous in saying that it is necessary to have indigenous manufacturers of turf care machines. It is necessary to have a good maintenance backup. It's necessary to have a good spare backup. And I think what Ranjit brought out a nice point is that not only we make new machines, we could also think of supplying spare parts to those international manufacturers who are very, very big and who supply worldwide. And if I remember right, we have had people who are very satisfied customers of these machines. While you do some reverse engineering, but attempt is always excellence. Attempt is to become better than what you were. And unless we have that quality, I do not think golf courses will be willing to buy machinery, however cheap they may be. So I think quality at good price is going to be the mantra. Thank you very much, Brigadier Bains. Thank you very much, GS Money. Thank you, Mr. Vinod Goel. Thank you, DIG Rathore. Thank you, Vinod Kakkad. It was a pleasure interacting with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. All the best.
Good evening. So we are here for our last panel discussion of the day and for the golf show. This panel discussion is on turf grasses for golf. And we have Mr. Rohit Damani, President of 5S Turf, with us. Mr. Yadvinder Shah, Golf Course Superintendent for BPGC. Mr. Vinod Goel, CEO, Agricare Corporation. And Ms. Nusrat Gul. I don't think she's logged in yet. Moderator, Mr. Indrajit Balotia, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vijit. Welcome, gentlemen, and we look forward to interesting conversation. I know Vinodji will have to leave early. So my first question to Vinodji, for golf turf, where do you think the turf grass technology, where does India stand compared to the developed nations in golf turf technology? Vinodji.
सर मेरा कहना है कि गोल्फ टर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी इंडिया में बहुत लैग बिहाइंड है यदि हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं क्योंकि वी आर नॉट एबल टू प्रोड्यूस वर्ल्ड क्लास ग्रासेस एंड हमारी रिसर्च भी नहीं है उसके ऊपर केवल एक स्कोप बनता है कि जो लोकल ग्रास है हमारी वो एक्लेमेटाइज है इंडियन कंडीशंस पे उनको मेंटेन करना बहुत आसान है और बहुत ऐसे गोल्फ कोर्सेज इंडिया में हैं हाई एंड गोल्फ कोर्सेज भी हैं जिसमें कि वो लोकल ग्रासेस के ऊपर सर्वाइव है वो बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल डीजीसी में भी फेयरवे के अंदर लोकल दूब है और उन्होंने अभी रिनोवेशन के बाद भी उस लोकल दूब को मेंटेन किया है तो ग्रीन्स के ऊपर तो इम्पोर्टेड ग्रास लगाते हैं लो कट की वजह से लेकिन फिर भी फेयरवे के ऊपर लोकल ग्रास इक्वली सक्सेसफुल है कोई प्रॉब्लम उसमें नहीं है नंबर 2 काम करने की जरूरत है कि लोकल ग्रासेस को इंडिया में हो रहा है वो काम रोहित दमानी सामने बैठे हैं वो भी हमारे ऐसे एक्सपर्ट हैं जो कि आजकल शॉर्ट फॉर्म इंडिया में चलाते हैं और वो लोकल ग्रास के ऊपर बड़ा अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं और वो ग्रासेस अपने गोल्फ कोर्सेज में काम आती हैं ऑलमोस्ट एवरी गोल्फ कोर्स में फेयरवे में अमूमन लोकल ग्रास रहती है तो उसमें प्योर ग्रास देना और उसको प्योर ग्रास को प्रॉपर तरीके से लगाना उसकी नर्सरी तैयार करने के बाद गोल्फ कोर्स में उसका बहुत बड़ा बिजनेस है स्कोप है और काफी अच्छे एक्सपर्ट लोगों की वहां जरूरत है ऑल द टाइम
राइट सो मिस्टर दमानी इफ यू कैन also answer this question.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for having me over. It's been a very eventful 3 days that we've seen. And we are the last man out, so we don't know whether we are really interested in batting or we are interested in calling in curtains, but still. As Vinodji said, we are really, really far behind the 9 ball over here. We do not give the importance that grass is given across the world on grasses. Turf grass research is a subject which doesn't exist. Even when it comes to making your selection of turf grasses, it's left way behind the pecking order. Probably something that you're going to sit with for 15 years or 20 years, the kind of investment in time in analyzing what you should be with is missing. That involvement needs to increase all around. So in a nutshell, no, we have a long way to go. And we have our own limitations, our own compulsions, but not too much to write home about as of the moment.
Right. So, Mr. Goyal, I'll just ask you one more question. Uske baad, I think you will be leaving. So, for golf turf, what is preferable, vegetative or seeded? Which one is better?
Sir, seeded is better only because seeded golf course, seeded turf में you get the purity of grass. जितना भी सीडेड टर्फ है मोस्टली इंडिया में सीडिंग जो टर्फ है वो इंपोर्टेड है और उसमें प्योरिटी ऑफ ग्रास इंश्योर होता है. वेजिटेटिव में प्रॉब्लम है कि रिसर्च नहीं होने की वजह से प्योरिटी ऑफ ग्रास इंश्योर नहीं होता. यदि प्योरिटी ऑफ ग्रास इंश्योर हो जाए तो वेजिटेटिव भी बहुत सक्सेसफुल है क्योंकि कुछ वैरायटी ऑफ ग्रासेस में सीडेड हो ही नहीं सकता. तो उसमें जहां सीडेड हो ही नहीं सकता वहां पे तो वेजिटेटिव से ही काम चलता है. नंबर 2, जितना भी ग्रीन्स के ऊपर ग्रास है फॉरेन से भी आता है, सब वेजिटेटिव आता है. तो इसीलिए दोनों स्ट्रिक का भी और सीड का दोनों का इक्वल इंपॉर्टेंस है एज पर द लोकेशन ऑफ द ग्रास.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. I think you'll be leaving now. We really it was a great pleasure having you here.
I will miss this panel, but I have to leave. Please, thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Damani. I'll come back to you, but before that, to Mr. Shah. What is it that you're looking for when you're choosing grass for your golf course? I mean, being a superintendent and looking after the golf course, BPGC is one of my favorite golf courses, and I played my first junior tournament in '82 there. And I have a very special place. I know there's a huge challenge in Bombay with the rain, everything. But what is it that you're looking for when you're choosing a grass type?
First of all, I hope everybody is able to hear me.
Yes, yes.
So first of all, I'd like to give my thanks to GCS-MAI for providing such a platform and for such an informative few days which we have had here. And starting with your question, and you are always welcome at BPGC whenever you are free. So for your question, the thing is that what we are looking at is, if we say on technical basis, what we are looking at is a grass which can give us the best surfaces. And how does a grass give us a best surface on a golf course? Is that it should be tolerant to very low moving. It should be tolerant to high traffic stress. It should be tolerant to the environmental stress available in that location, and it should be you should be able to resist the pest and other environmental stress like drought or something like that in that area. So this is a very basic technical requirement. And for this, what happens is that we have various grasses. Now, as Rohit rightly pointed that, very less amount of research. The research or technical these things developments are a totally different thing. But as an end user, when I say that what grass should be used on a golf course, I have seen working as a before this I was working with a construction company also. So I've seen that clients do not give that much importance to the grass. It's like this, that a golf course is being built from bottom to up. You're putting in everything just for the reason that the thing which is going to be on the top, that is the grass, it performs well. But after doing everything well, if you put something wrong on the top, everything comes back to square one. So what we need to look on a grass while we are making a new developing a new course or something is that something, a grass which can perform well in that environment. And if there are any strains in that environment, something like, for example, the case of BPGC, the irrigation water quality. Now, this is a challenge which is going to be prevalent in the rest of the country also in coming time. So this is something which we look into the grasses, basically for providing better surfaces.
Thank you. So, Mr. Damani, I just wanted to ask you, what is the advantage, or is it preferable to have native Indian grass varieties for our golf courses? What is your view on that?
It's the definition of native somehow is not clear, and neither is the selection parameter. What you're going to put down, it really depends on how it is going to respond to the kind of resources you're going to put down while maintaining it. So when you say native, is it native to the subcontinent? Is it native to the place you are in? Or what is the definition of native that you're applying it to? When I look at a broader classification of the word native, almost all Bermuda grasses, almost all of them originate out of Africa. They have an African parent in all of them. And probably this happened way down in the evolution process, that today some amount of Bermuda is found in India as well as in Africa and across continents. So while I would like to, this word is being extremely loosely coined. The true test of any turf grass is really what kind of value you get when you're going to put any kind of resource down, beginning with water. So if I'm going to put the stress that it is under, I may go out onto a field and find that a grass has been growing there locally for donkey's years. But really, how is it going to perform when people start walking on it? When I have machines running over it? When I'm going to cut it low? All these things really are really not researched. The kind of money that is required to pump into this, to conduct this, I do a little bit of it on the scales that I can. But beyond that, as an industry, till this is not justified, it becomes economically unsustainable. Today, when you look at a body like the NTEP, they run programs at 12 stations across the US for years together, evaluating multiple species of turf grasses, and every breeder wanting to be a part of that, because that is considered as the holy grail as to where you stood in your NTEP rankings. This is missing. We need to get our building blocks correct. Till that time, we are virtually dependent on somebody else's research. It's like we discussed at the very beginning. Where are we in terms of turf grass research vis-a-vis worldwide? No, it all boils down to the whole basic syndrome. We just classify one grass as native, that we call as Calcutta doob. Now, every grass mutates over any period of time. There's foundation 1, foundation 2. So actually, the Calcutta doob that DGC may be sitting on may be a mutated version, which is actually a very interesting version of the original Calcutta doob. Is it the true to type Calcutta doob? Nobody knows. This is where certification comes in. This is where a lot of research ancillary to turf grass and awareness around turf grass steps in. If I'm able to answer your question, Indrajit.
Right. Vijit, welcome to the chat. I'll be asking you a couple of questions, and I'm sure you can come in at any point of time. So, Mr. Shah, I just wanted to ask you what can be the right approach for turf selection for a golf course? So, how do you actually choose the turf?
Well, as for approach, discussion which we are having right now, indigenous versus exotic grasses. Now, first of all, the parameter is going to be the budget. Like, what kind of a golf course is looking for that kind of grass? Now, as rightly said by Rohit here, the term native, as it has been misused very, it's been used very loosely around here in India. If you'd see the doob grass which we are talking about in Delhi Golf Club, that doob grass is known as Calcutta doob. And right now, when the renovation was done in Delhi Golf Club, they could not get the original Calcutta doob. So they had to, replace it with Selection 1, which is also a variety of Bermuda grass. So
I'll interrupt you here. Not only did we run out of Selection 1, after that we used Evergreen also.
Yeah. So this is the problem when we are talking about native versus exotic. Now, saying loosely that natives are better than exotics, this is the kind of problem which we land up in when we are talking in these terms without technical knowledge, without having a perfect research behind all that work. So, as you asked, coming back to the question, how like the best approach is going to be for Indian context. The best approach which can be is that, you know, we have to have certain professionals, international professionals, come in who have experiences with different kind of grasses. And the committee of the golf course, they, you know, they choose between 3 to 5 types of grasses. They can be native grasses, they can be exotic grasses. And then we start a trial of that grass in that golf course in certain sample areas, like on a putting green, on a tee, on a par 3 tee, on a certain part of a fairway. And then we give that grass a season or two, and then we choose between these 3 or 4 grasses which suits us, which suits our environment, what kind of inputs we are able to provide to that grass, how our team is responding to that grass, and how the golfers are responding to that grass. Now, this is a very long process. This long process is just because of the reason that we don't have that kind of documentation and recording with us, which is supposed to be done through universities and through research centers. So after, you know, this thing is going to be something like a 1 or 2 years of an operation, just selecting a grass. And then after selecting that grass, we'll have to prepare a nursery for that grass before the construction actually starts, so that by the time the fairways are ready for the grassing or the greens are ready for grassing, we are ready with the grass in that nursery. So this is going to be the best approach. Otherwise, what happens is that if we are comfortable, you know, if we have a very good consultant, if we have people with far better experience and knowledge, they come in and they guide us. And then, you know, at many places, like I'll give you an example of BPGC here. When the renovation was done, the whole committee sat and a discussion was done for selection of the grass. Out of everything else, like at the time when the renovation was done in BPGC, Paspalum was just a very new thing. It was just a concept rather than, you know, a product being used widely. But BPGC went out with Paspalum. Why? Because it was a very educated selection. It was with the people like, you know, David Trinkle. We had people like Micah Woods who gave their recommendations. They did the whole thing, and the committee, they took that decision that, you know, we should go ahead with this grass. And today, with the salinity condition of BPGC, we can surely say that if it wasn't Paspalum, then the grass, then the whole renovation program would have been in a jeopardy. The salinity level right now here at BPGC, it's alarming. So selection of right grass, that is how it's very important for a golf course. And, you know, just saying this thing that we can take grass from another golf course and put it in our golf course and just, you know, we can have the same kind of conditions here, that's something very far-fetched in, you know, in technical terms. You know, if a client is putting in so much money for constructing a golf course, we are having the best of the designers, we are having the best of the materials put down, we are having best of the drainage put down, everything is best. And then after that, on top of it, you know, finish that all, we are putting in a grass even which we are not even sure how it will perform. So that tells you how the project, you know, the planning is going on.
Right. Vijit, I wanted to ask you a question. So for example, say you're coming into Tolly or any of the courses in Calcutta. So what is your checklist? What are the things that you check for when you decide on the grass? I know it's a very basic question, but I think a lot of committees would just want to know that what is your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 checkpoints where you first consider before you decide on the grass?
Firstly, as a golf architect, we never select the grass on our own. We always involve somebody like Yadvinder or Rohit, who are experts in this field. We basically coordinate with these guys, trying to you know, basically coordinate in terms of what we want the golf course to look and play like. You know, what kind of playability features are we looking at? Are we looking at firm surfaces? How do we want the ball to react once it lands on the ground? You know, so those are the basic ideas. Then obviously, one thing that I do for every project that I am involved in, like Rohit mentioned, native can be a very broad term. So whatever grasses that I see on a particular site, if I'm walking a new golf course, so whatever grasses I see, I make it a point to at least test them out on that very site or just off site in different conditions. So for example, if I'm building a golf course down south, where a place where I see some different kind of grass that I'm not aware of, I'll make it a point to have a small little, not a nursery, but a little patch of grass and give it a season to see how it reacts during the summer, monsoon, and winters. Put it under a little bit of stress in terms of mowing, in terms of lack of irrigation, just to see if it can sustain. That's step one. So if that kind of a grass can sustain and thrive in certain conditions, we can use, then we know we can at least use it somewhere on the golf course. Then it's about finding it appropriate for fairways, roughs, or tees. That's the next step. So then you put it under some more stress in terms of mowing heights. You see if it can be cut at fairway height or not. If not, you are at least assured that this is a grass that can be planted in the rough areas or in the native areas. Because the native, if you're picking up a native grass, it'll be more sort of hardy and easier to maintain, at least in the low maintenance areas like the unmaintained rough under the trees or plantation areas. So that's broadly the selection. But as far as the greens and all are concerned, so if I were to walk onto an existing golf course, I think a very helpful thing is to ask around and see other golf courses in the vicinity. I think that's something that we need to learn from internationally. If you look at a greenskeeper or a golf architect abroad, they will work together, all the golf courses in the vicinity. So if you were to build a new existing golf course, new greens on an existing golf course in Delhi, you would want to visit golf courses like the Delhi golf course and DLF, who have the same grass, like the Mini Verdi, the Ultra Dwarf grass, but at the same time visit courses like JP and ITC also, which have a TIF dwarf. So compare the playability issues there, talk to the superintendents and see what the maintenance pressures they have to deal with. So like I said, I'm not the ultimate authority as an architect to select the right kind of grass for a project. It's the experts that are there on the panel who are.
Right. Okay, so this is for both Mr. Shah and Mr. Damani. If you have an option of importing grass or using the local grass, what would be the price difference? And why would you choose one over the other? So 2 points, two part.
Can I go first?
Sure, please.
Yeah. So you're asking the cost difference of importing a grass and getting a native grass to be done. So
why would you choose? I mean, what would be the reasons for you to choose between the two?
So if I have an option, if somebody comes to me and says that this is a new variety and this is going to do wonders for your greens, then it's something which I like to test first. And then if I have a native grass which I know is doing well and I want to see that thing on my greens, then I'll take both the grasses and put them on a sample test. Like I'll put them on 2 greens on my golf course and see how those greens are going to behave in the whole season, so that I know what that grass needs different from the current grass. So if I'm going to do that, I'm going to, make a whole green for that grass, the native one and the imported one. And then after that, I'm going to do a whole maintenance of that whole grass for a whole 1 year. And after a selection, like if we come to this thing that the members also, tick on this thing that the native grass is doing better than the exotic one, then what I do is I rip apart that whole green and make a whole nursery for that. Now that nursery, because since on an average for an 18-hole golf course, the green size is somewhere around 3 acres. So for a normal 3 acres green, you have to have nursery for at least 1 acre. So putting down a nursery of 1 acre is somewhere nearly, if you have to put it with the greens specification, which you are going to do for the new green, it's somewhere near 1.5 crore or something like that cost. Now compare that cost to an exotic. I can import that exotic directly at the time of the construction. I can seed that thing, I can propagate that. Or if I have the time, I will propagate a nursery. But then you see how much cost am I saving in doing that thing. Importing that exotic, I don't have to import a whole 1 acre of that exotic for the nursery, I have to, just import a fraction, a third of that whole amount. With the third of that grass, I can, I can multiply that thing into an acre. So, for instance, you can say like 1 square foot of that grass can be planted into 3 square foot. So, 1 bushel can be made into at least 3 to 4 square meters of that that area. So now compare that cost of first getting that native grass, because where am I getting that native grass from? I'll have just 1 or 2 pure plants of that native grass. Then I'll have to multiply that 2 or 3 plants to a billion to get into that green or to get into that nursery. And then from that nursery, I'll be transferring that. Whereas for an exotic, I'll have a specific amount imported. I'll just put it in the nursery. Nursery cost remains the same even for the exotic, even for the native. So where is the cost difference which we are talking about here? If Rohit will put some weight to that.
Also, Rohit, when you're adding to this, I also wanted to know, like you, one of the importers of grass or suppliers for imported exotic ultra-dwarf varieties in India. What are the challenges that you face when there's a supply that you need to do in any city in India? What is the process, overall?
Yeah, let me answer both these questions, and I have a third one from Ben also, which I'd like to get into after while I'm replying to all of them. So taking Indrajit's question first. Indrajit, in a nutshell, we are struggling for volume. If we get the volumes, economies of scale is the name of the game. If we get the volumes, we can be extremely competitive, price competitive, and within budgets for a lot of courses. Unfortunately, our history and our basic ability to abide by technology and technological compulsions in terms of patents is viewed down very poorly across the world. Turfgrass piracy is a rampant subject in our country, which is the truth, whether we like it or we don't, in terms of patented turfgrass being illegally multiplied. And it's not only our country, it happens at various places across the world, but more so over here, is my opinion. I may be incorrect, I may be wrong over here, but no offense to anybody who's so at the scales, there is virtually no price difference between a good certified native variety vis-a-vis certified imported variety, if I can really build up the scales, for which people need to understand that certification is a process. Like if you walk into an organization and you see that it is ISO 9001 certified, it's a guarantee that you are complying to certain processes. So there are various certification bodies. One of them is ITGAP. Now, it costs money as a grower to have ITGAP come down, certify your farm, do all of that. But at the end of the day, what a person like Yadvendra, when he's putting the grass down on his course, or a person like Ben, all these guys are sticking their neck around saying that, okay, I know what I've got. So everything that they do handles in that particular fashion. Have I been able to answer your question, Indrajit? So
right.
To the next one. Vijit, with regards to your question, importing vegetative turf grasses into the country is a cumbersome process as of the moment. It does involve a lot of plant entry quarantine issues, which we've discussed at length before when we've spoken, and we've kind of found that to be a hurdle every time. We are trying to solve that, but there are biological compulsions when we've been speaking to the plant quarantine authorities, which they are justified. You don't want an unknown pathogen entering your entire ecosystem, and then you having to, the ramifications for that are far too much for them to raise. As of the moment, one of the most common varieties that we are looking at in terms of greens grasses, they come with a 9-month quarantine. It can be shortened. Some countries allow direct to plant, but that 9-month quarantine is a deal breaker places. There are other promising grasses that you can look at in terms of seeded grasses. If Nuzhat was here, her life is a lot much more easier with cool season grasses because all of them are seeded. She doesn't really need to get into the vegetative multiplication part of it. But there is a lot of promising research that has happened in seeded seashore paspalums, like Pure Dynasty. It's expensive, but it is a grass that can go from wall to wall, and you can maintain it for your greens, for your tees, for your fairways, everything. It's an end-to-end solution. So if it fits the budget, if it fits the overall playability that you have in mind, it's one of the grasses that does well, comes in a seeded format, and you don't really have to struggle with the plant into quarantine issues. But yes, it is a challenge that we are facing, and we are trying to work around that. And economies of scale, and this is where we've spoken very often, that we need industry awareness to come in, that you're going to be sitting with this product for 15 years, 15 to 20 years. Just give it the required time and the diligence before you make your call and pull the trigger on that.
I'd like
to answer your question, Vijay.
I'd like to add
Yes,
one
you
more
have.
point to this.
Yeah, please.
Sorry. I'd like to just add one more point to this discussion of indigenous versus imported. Cost factor, if we are talking about. Getting these native grasses. Now, what happens is that this is, I'm telling you from experience, which I faced here in BBCC. We were seeing some density problem in our fairways during the monsoons last year. But what happened was we are looking at some certain ways of boosting that density. So the best part would have been to put in more grass, put in more pure grass into that thing. Now, for that, what happened was you can say it's a good thing that we bought our grass, our pure certified grass, to right channels when the development was done. So we went back to Atlas Turf, and we asked them that how we can boost our density of our platinum paspalum, which we have in our fairways. And they got back to us and they told us that there are seeded varieties which because platinum is a vegetative variety, they gave us that we have seeded varieties which are very near to what platinum is, and you can just overseed them in your fairways to increase the density of your fairways. Now, this is the kind of, you can say, after sales service or serviceability which is available when you're going through the right channels, when you know you're getting the right product. Now, with the natives, this would not have been possible. We would not have had this kind of give and take situation if we would have gone with the native grasses or something like that. That's my 2 bit onto this point. Take on, Rohit.
Now, to Ben's question about Zoysia being a performer in Southeast Asia, and what is the likelihood of us seeing these cultivars in India in the next 3 to 5 years? How do you think they would perform in the Indian climate? Just a few days back, Ben and myself were having this conversation in person. And yes, Zoysias have an interesting future. Earlier, the only Zoysia variety that we see in India is a landscape-specific variety. But coming out onto, there's a lot of Zoysia research that is happening through 2 programs, right? One of them is the ultrafine program, which is just under development right now. And there's another variety that is a proven variety. Those are the Xeons and so on and so forth, which we saw at the APGSA last year, which through Ben's program in the US. Almost all of the research on turf grasses happens out of the US. One of the statements that Wing Commander AK Sir made the other day was that is the fountainhead of golf across the world as of the moment. And that pretty much holds true for everything that we do. Zoysia, Ben, will really do well in India in certain locations with its increased maintenance, dependency diminishing, so on and so forth. But we've seen this scenario before where cycles play out, where a few years ago, paspalum was thought to be the wonder grass, and we thought that was a solution to everything. And then Bermuda made a comeback. And then now we have Zoysia as well. So in my opinion, everything will coexist. And this is the place where we've got to work with our designers, our players, and come up with a solution that, okay, evaluate all 3 of them and then make your call. But Zoysia, yes, it is a grass for the future, which was earlier non-existent. It is a third warm season grass that we can definitely be looking at for everything. You have a Zoysia for your greens, you have a Zoysia for your fairways. and it does really well where you have a lot of humidity. It's right up there with a lot of other grasses. So it's not only humidity, it's desert. It's there across everywhere. So Vijit, you have three grasses that you can be looking at. When you're looking at a warm season climate, you're looking at a cynodon, you're looking at a zoysia, and you're looking at a paspalum as far as these three major warm season grasses go.
Absolutely. No, zoysia has come up really well. Like all the golf courses in Southeast Asia now coming in, mostly are coming up with zoysia grass. That's what I've seen, and they're extremely good in terms of playability also.
It makes perfect business sense for me because they're not seeded as of the moment. So you'll have to keep on buying more sprigs.
They're not seeded, you said.
No, they're not. As of the moment, no.
9 months of quarantine there again.
No, if it's not quarantine, like we said, that it's a question of getting economies of scale. Once you're sure that the numbers are going to be there, once the businesses justifies the investment, then nobody's going to back out. After all, we are all businessmen sitting here. So it's a question of economies of scale for everything that we do, whether it is machines, whether it is grass, whatsoever. Everything's driven by scales over here now.
Sure. One question I had for both of you was about overseeding. Some golf courses in India have started overseeding their tees at least, and some have tried overseeding their fairways, like leave aside DLF, but other golf courses have not been very successful in overseeding their golf courses, including DGC. Arvinder, you were there. I don't know if you overseeded those years or not. But what is your take on overseeding, and how do you think is that the right thing to do under Indian conditions, especially in North India?
Well, in the foothills of Shivalik, where we had winters for somewhere around 3 to 4 months, makes sense to have a greener golf course, greener looking golf. We did overseeding of ryegrass on the tees of the Delhi Golf Club, and we did the practice areas also at that time. Fairways and roughs were not done just because of the cost factor. Whereas we can say that putting in ryegrass makes the golf course look good, but you should also look at the agronomical aspect of the thing. Ryegrass being put down during winters, winters is the right time for ryegrass to grow, and when a plant grows, it requires water. Whereas our Bermuda during winters do not require that much amount of water. So you are putting extra water in the fairway. You're putting extra inputs in the on the golf course. You're putting extra, you can say, extra stress basically on the Bermuda grass. Bermuda is basically dormant at that time, but still you're putting unnecessary inputs where you could have done better by saving those inputs for other time for the growth of Bermuda. When we did the overseeding on the tees, we found out that basically ryegrass does not make any difference to the playability. It's more of an aesthetic thing.
Playability on the tees you're talking about.
Yeah, it's more of an aesthetic reason that ryegrass being there. If we have a dormant, Bermuda grass right now, because of the cost factors, many US golf courses have started just painting their fairways, and they are just painting their fairways, not even their roughs. They just paint their fairways instead of putting in ryegrass there. So it's just an added cost. If we have some televised events or some mega events going on, then that makes more sense.
Yeah, I don't know the point you mentioned about coloring of the fairways that a lot of golf courses are doing. I think that also is coming from the reason why a lot of people have felt that ryegrass changes the playability of the golf course on the fairways and the roughs. Like you rightly said, on the tees, it doesn't make a difference because you just got to put a tee peg down.
Yeah.
But it definitely changes the way the ball reacts on the fairways and the roughs.
It will, because you have a certain, you have a certain way of feeling that fairway at that certain time of the year. If your golf course is not being overseeded, you know how your fairway is going to respond. But when you have ryegrass, you have to put that much amount of water and that much amount of fertilizers and everything. It's like basic growth period time. Everything is going in. So that changes many things. And then with the ryegrass seeds, you also get in a bit of OA started on your fairways. that's also a problem which comes in with that thing. And then after every 2 or 3 years of overseeding, you have to give it a rest, because then it starts weakening the Bermuda sword. So that's also a thing.
Every time there's a transition period where the rye is going out and the Bermuda is coming back in, those 15, 20, 30 days are always a big challenge and a eyesore for the golfers.
Yeah.
When you see those patches of rye remaining on the golf course, and that's probably the worst period for a golf course, I think, for a Bermuda variety.
Yeah,
golf
that
course.
is.
Yeah.
I kind of slightly differ with this, because along with the aesthetic compulsion, there is also, I'd like this to add rather than differ, is that there is also an agronomic requirement. Yesterday, Colonel Rana put out certain numbers in terms of how many divots you're going to draw out if you're a busy course. Imagine that if I was 4 months dormant with Bermuda grass, and I had all those golfers, winters is peak time to come and play golf, and everybody came and ripped my tee apart, irrespective, month 1 into winter, I'd be hitting out of sand with the kind of load factors.
That's the reason why tees were done up.
Yeah.
Only the tees were done up.
So-
But if you'd say for a place like Delhi or for the foothill region of India, dormancy is not that much of a problem. Growth is there; it's slow. So recovery is there. But rightly said, for par 3 tees or smaller tees and things like that, the divots are too much. So putting in dry grass makes sense there. But on the fairways and on the greens, that's totally on the like how the club perceives, or you can say what the club wants to draw out from that kind of an investment.
Correct. I couldn't disagree with you over there. So like we said, when you talk about the tees, you're on a par 5, you're obviously going to have landing zones. So you can be selective, but overseeding has its place in the system, because it also does the job of protecting your natural grass, that is your base grass, while you're in the most difficult time for that grass to be thriving. A very right is that there's a lot of research that is happening in increasing the heat tolerance of cool season grasses. Kentucky Blue is seeing leaps and bounds of research happening in that extent. Now, if we can get a grass that can probably span the 35 or 40 degrees that the span that you have at DGC, let's take that for example. You have 2 months of extreme summers in Delhi and 10 months of temperatures which are about 35 degrees and below. If we do get a grass that you can probably sit with for the rest of the 10 months, and you have a Kentucky Blue which doesn't go to sleep that easily, maybe therein lies a solution to your problem, where we start thinking and looking at the research that is going around, that can we get a more heat tolerant cool season grass that we can manage for those 3 months and then be easy for the rest of the 9 months, rather than going vice versa, is a discussion that Ben and myself were having just a couple of days back, that he's been gathering a lot of data now. And we said, well, if the numbers show up something interesting, let's just invert the thinking process in total.
That's ultimately that's the call. Like, what do you want to draw with that kind of an investment? Like putting in seed, it's not a big thing. You can put in seed, you can have that thing done, but it's a huge investment.
It is a cost. It is a cost.
Yeah.
But gentlemen, I think we are running out of time. So before, we'll be ending it now. But both Mr. Damania and Mrs. Shah, I think one closing word to all the people who are attending this and people who are involved with the golf course. Just one closing word from each of you.
Yeah, you go on first.
Well, I'd like to again extend my thanks to GCS-MAI for conducting such a brilliant program. And this is something which was required with last year of such a dismal year, and 2021 also not looking so good till now. But it's a great thing that an initiative was taken, and this shows that the industry is taking initiative and trying to support the local inherent talent and bring up the local business up. That's a very great thing, and thanks for that. And well, that'll be my ending ending comment on that.
It's been an informative 3 days. We've had interesting sessions. This should be the first of many to come. Like we see, this can be one session, but there is a GCS MAI session, and we are getting there. This is a small step in the right direction, and whatever support that is needed from all of us is always available.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. We'll be ending the session here. I think there's
just one question here regarding weeds on Paspalum. So
yeah, go ahead.
If I can take that, if I can take that, who's the gentleman? Mr. Gaurav Syal.
Gaurav Syal, I think.
Yeah, the weeds, invasive weeds on Paspalum is a problem because Paspalum is not a grass for which many labeled chemicals are available in India. But the best part is that Paspalum is highly salt tolerant. So we have started a trial of using salt for weed eradication, and it's been it has started showing some very interesting results. That will be a very, I think, that can be a topic on its own for a discussion in some other presentation or something. And it's really good to see how Paspalum is performing with that, just using normal, common salt. And not only broadleaf, we are also controlling grassy with that right now.
Right. Thank you so much. I think we'll be ending the session now with a closing address by the President and a thanking note by the Secretary General. So, Vijit, I think AK sir will be taking this first.
I will take this. I'll just would like to thank all the participants of this 3-day event. It's been fantastic. Everybody has taken out so much time and so much effort has gone into this. I would like to thank our title sponsors, Toro, our platinum sponsors, Hunter Golf Irrigation, gold sponsors, 5S Turf, Agricare, Oswal Udyog, and Golf Design India, and IGTA for their support, media partner India Golf Weekly and Rishi Narayan, and technical partner Pro Touch Sports with Indrajit and your wonderful team of Sia, Pramit, Rangan, and Sriparna. They've done a fantastic job, and I think, and I'm sure, this is going to be the first of many golf shows that our association does. I'll pass it on to our President, Arun sir, to make an announcement and close the event. Arun sir, please.
Good evening, everyone. I echo the sentiments of our Secretary General Vijit Nandarjog. This would not have been possible without the support of our industry partners. This would not have been possible without the support of ProTouch and its team, led by Sia, Pramit, Sriparna, all of you. Thank you very much. I would like to make one important announcement. GCS MAI is proud to host the first event for Southeast Asia, and we are announcing that we will repeat this performance in 2022 in first half of the year. Thank you very much. See you all there, and may we have more industry partners. Thank you.